Good day, everybody, and welcome to the virtual open day of the Faculty of Engineering, Built Environment and Information Technology. In short, EBIT. My name is EB. You made the right choice to visit our faculty today. Well done for making an excellent choice. My colleagues will explain what today is all about. Over to you.
Welcome to the Faculty of Engineering, Built Environment and Information Technology at the University of Pretoria, the faculty where we innovate our tomorrow.
Or in short, Emily, EBIT.
We are the two marketing and communications officers at the EBIT, and we are honored to be your live host today.
You guys made a great choice to spend your morning with us. You are embarking on your journey of innovation. Today you start innovating yourself. Yes, you're already busy with research. Big word, hard work, but exhilarating consequences. Ain't that exciting, Emily? Can you feel it?
I can feel it, Esti. It is indeed exciting. We are ready to present to you a world of answers, and you are truly making today matter. Yes, we take you up.
Oh, I saw what you did there, Emily. Up as in University of Pretoria.
Yeah.
So whether you are in grade 8, 9, 10, 11 or 12, you will not be left unchanged today.
Yes.
You will already be miles in front of your peers. Well done for choosing innovation. A huge shout out to all the ladies who's also joining us today. We salute you. We hope today will be inspiring to you so that you can become part of the faculty and the faculty that inspires innovation.
So what do you need to know about the logistics of the platform we are streaming from? Just that you can post your questions and comments in the block below the image.
And Emily, they're all asking, what is in it for me? Yes, we know you. There are many competitions and fun stuff.
Yes.
40 goodie bags will be sent to the lucky winners. What do you need to do? Just engage with us. Talk to us.
Yes.
Post as many photos as you can under the two hashtags, EBIT Open Day and EBIT Rocks, because we want to get to know you. You're thinking, okay, what else? Emily, what else?
Grade 12s, you need to listen carefully. There are 5 prizes worth 5,000 Rand each.
5,000.
Yes, it's 5,000 Rand each. The more you participate through posting pictures, the better your chances. The conditions are that you enroll with EBIT at the University of Pretoria and that you adhere to the admission requirements of your program. The money will be paid into your student account.
Ooh, clever.
Account and will not be paid out in cash. The winners of the 5 prizes will be contacted during the next week. Remember, the closing date for application is 30 September. Get those applications in now. Esti, can you feel it?
Ooh, I can feel it, Emily. So let us start our exciting day filled with lots of knowledge, surprises and innovative ideas by introducing the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, Built Environment and Information Technology, EBIT. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge shout there where you are in front of your screens. Put your hands together. Send us pictures of you guys doing this for the Dean of this faculty, Prof. Sunil Maharaj. Woo!
Greetings, and I trust you all are healthy, safe, and keeping well in these difficult times of the COVID-19 pandemic. I welcome all our prospective students from grade 8 to 12, your family and friends, to the Faculty of Engineering, Built Environment and Information Technology, EBIT, in short, Open Day. I want to extend a special welcome to all the ladies who are currently online. Enjoy a blessed Women's Month. The female staff and students in our Faculty of Engineering, Built Environment and information technology are all key role players when it comes to innovation and change. This is the faculty where you can make your mark. Our faculty is one of the few in Africa to feature among the top 500 in the world in 6 subject areas in the recent 2021 QS World University Rankings by subject areas. And our School of Engineering is ranked 356th out of more than 10,000 engineering schools in the field of engineering and technology in the whole world. Our programs in electrical and electronic engineering continue to feature at the top of all South African universities. We are also particularly proud of the recognition received by our mineral and mining engineering programs, which have now been ranked among the top 50 worldwide. In addition, our Minerals Education Trust Fund has named our program in metallurgical engineering as the best in the country for 2 successive years. Our architecture and quantity surveying programs are among the best in the country, with outstanding facilities and excellent lecturers. Programs like data science, artificial intelligence, multimedia, and informatics in our School for Information Technology will develop you for jobs that do not yet exist. Our program today is aimed to give you a glimpse of what we offer in our faculty across the 3 schools that offer undergraduate degrees in the School of Engineering, the School for the Built Environment, and the School of IT. Your choice today to embark on this journey with us in this cold and winter morning already bears testimony of your desire to be the best you can be. This is the faculty where you can change the world through innovation and technology. We prepare you for an unimaginable future and hoping to assist you in making great choices. I want to conclude by thanking you for taking time today to make an informed decision about your future. Your future is in your hands. If you have any questions or doubts in your mind after today's sessions, then do not hesitate to contact Esty or Emily in our marketing department or any of our today's presenters, or go to our university website. Their contact details will appear at the end of this presentation. I would like to thank our industry partners, especially MultiChoice, for their support, and all our EBIT colleagues in making this initiative a success. We have more than 1,300 registered guests on this platform, this event today, which is an all-time record for us. This is what online can do for all of us. Best wishes on your 2021 examinations, and I look forward to welcoming you to EBIT as part of the EBIT generation. Thank you, take care, God bless, and have a great day. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the EBIT Week presentation for the School of Engineering. I'm Prof. Wynand Steyn. I'm the chair of the School of Engineering and the head of department for the Department of Civil Engineering. The School of Engineering has got 7 departments, and you will hear presentations during the morning from the heads of departments and staff and students from each of these departments. And I know one of the questions that you always ask us is, but I'm still at school. I hear about engineering, I hear about civil and electronic and mechanical and all of these. How do I decide what do I need to do? And what if I make the wrong decision? It's important to understand that in real life, we've got a combination of all these disciplines as well as various other disciplines. Engineers work in the real world, improving the lives of all. At university, we build the fundamental knowledge and we make sure that you understand the basics. And then you apply these in real life in what we call transdisciplinary situations. So for example, at the university on our Innovation Africa at UP campus, we've got a setup where we've got a building that's part of civil engineering. We use sensors from electronic engineering. We measure parameters for plant sciences and sport sciences and animal welfare. And we build a digital twin of all of these things together with our colleagues in architecture and various other departments and faculties. So it's important to understand that the skills that you develop, whether it's mining, mechanical, electronic engineering, those are there to make a difference in later life. So I trust and understand and hope that you will pick that up through the presentations this morning. You will also hear and read about our 4-year program, the normal program, then the 5-year Engage program, and the fact that all of these are credited by the Engineering Council of South Africa. And if you go and have a look at the brochures, you will see that in your first year you do pretty much the same type of modules, math, science, chemistry, and then you start to specialize into your specific discipline. So from my side, welcome this morning. Enjoy the presentations, ask the questions, wash your hands, study, pass matric, wash your hands again, do some social distancing, have a break after matric, and then you come and start your career and make a difference and contribute to society's well-being as an engineer with a real good job for your future. Thank you very much.
Kan my die sla- Okay. Good morning. The School for the Built Environment offers interesting and exciting environment in which to prepare yourself for a future career. I'm Professor Krishna du Plessis. I'm head of the Department of Architecture and chair for the School for the Built Environment. And on behalf of myself and my colleagues, Professor Marco Ranier and Professor Benita Zilch, I would like to welcome you to this virtual EBIT Open Day. The School for the Built Environment is one of 4 schools in the Faculty of Engineering, Built Environment and IT, and it consists of 3 distinct departments: Town and Regional Planning, Architecture, and Construction Economics. In this one school, we offer the 7 different professional disciplines which collaborate to create the built environment. Planning, which promotes and manages change through the planning, design, implementation and management of public interventions in the development and use of land. Real estate, which focuses on the development of land, the management of buildings, the valuation of land and buildings, and decision-making regarding finance of and investment in land and buildings. We have landscape architecture, which considers larger landscapes, ecosystems, and processes on much larger scales. Architecture, which is concerned with the design of buildings and how buildings respond to the larger city itself, sometimes even touching on urban design. And then going inside, interior architecture, which is focused on the experience of the user and deals with the direct interaction between people and buildings. Quantity surveying delivers specialized financial and contractual services and advice to clients, and construction management is the field of study meant for the person who wishes to become part of the process of infrastructure development, especially the construction of building. We believe that the role of the planner, developer, and designer in the 21st century is to co-create a better future for the environments and societies within which we work. We strongly feel that built environment professionals have a responsibility to ensure that the cities we plan and create are resilient in the face of large social and environmental challenges and opens up routes towards wiser, better informed and more compassionate ways of living in harmony with each other and all other species on the planet. The well-being of the people who will inhabit the cities and places we create are very important to us. And we believe we also have a responsibility to include the end users of the places we create in the planning and design processes, as this can result in improving conditions for all. The Unit for Urban Citizenship plays a central role in instilling this sense of responsibility in our education by introducing respectful and collaborative community engagement practices into the curriculum. And we are very proud of the active role that our students play within the broader community. You've heard Professor Stein talk about digital twins. So to help us create those smart and sustainable and healthy cities, we also harness the power of technology. And students are exposed to the latest digital tools to map, plan, design, manage, and visualize the built environment. Aside from computer labs and other support services, the school also offers some specialized facilities such as 3D printing and laser cutting, as well as one of the largest architectural archives in the country, and a dedicated resource center stocked with books, journals, student dissertations, and product information libraries. All of these create an environment in which students are not only prepared for their careers, but can also explore new ideas and grow as people to become responsible and compassionate citizens. We are most proud of the fact that while we strive for excellence and set very high standards for our students, no one is left behind in the process. And this is evident in our 90% pass rate in all undergraduate modules in the school in 2020, showing that we have maintained our high standards even during the challenges of moving to online learning. The school also contributes to society in other ways. Staff members publish widely, and many are regarded as leaders in their respective fields, which means that you, as their students, are exposed to world-class minds teaching the latest knowledge. And this knowledge is not just reserved for students. Through its research, the school influences and informs industry and contributes to the development of national, provincial, and local policy. Our inquiry-based learning prepares students also for postgraduate studies. So should you choose to pursue a postgraduate degree, you will become part of an exciting community of researchers who are making an important contribution to creating a better world for all. So we hope to see you soon at UP, and as Prof. Stan said, remember, wash your hands, wear your mask, keep your distance, because we want you healthy to come and join us next year. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to the EBIT Open Day, and I would like to explain to you all about the School of Information Technology. Of course, at the moment, information technology is one of the most exciting fields to study with our current 4th Industrial Revolution and also Society 5.0, which you will all learn about when you study IT at the University of Pretoria. The School of IT was already formed in 1998 and consists of 3 academic departments: computer science, informatics, and information science. And today you will learn all about those 3 departments and their offerings later this morning. Originally, we were situated in 3 different faculties, but today we are all together in the Faculty of Engineering, Built Environment, and Information Technology. So where do we fit as a School of IT into the university? In the Faculty of Engineering, Built Environment and IT, we have 4 schools. A School of Engineering, and Prof. Stein have already told you a bit about that school. Also the School of the Built Environment, and you've just heard from Prof. Du Plessis about the built environment. Then we have the School of IT, and I'm Professor Karina de Villiers, the chair of the School of IT, where we have the 3 departments: computer science, informatics, and information science. We also have a graduate school of technology management, which is only there for graduate students. In other words, after you've finished your first bachelor's degree. Now, we have an excellent infrastructure to teach IT at the University of Pretoria. We have excellent qualified lecturers, most of them with PhD degrees in information technology. We have very competent administrative support and fully equipped computer laboratories. Only on the Hatfield campus, we have 2,245 workstations for our students to use. And we have an informatorium in our IT building where we have 655 workstations specifically for our IT students. Because of this excellent infrastructure, COVID-19 didn't stop us to present our excellent quality education to our IT students. And we went through 2020 with lots of success for us as staff and for our students. So what do we do in the 3 different departments? If we look at computer science, they concentrate more on programming, program development, application environments, a bit more of the technical side of information technology. Then we have information science, which is more towards content identification, information retrieval, organization, creation, innovation and design. So that's more the information side of information technology. And then in informatics, we have system analysis and design and programming, where we try to combine information and technology in one department. So we offer 7 undergraduate degrees in the School of IT, a BSc Computer Science and a BSc Information and Knowledge Systems, and then in informatics, a BCom, which is a commerce degree in informatics, and a Bachelor's of IT in Information Systems. And in the Information Science department, they have 3 Bachelor's of Information Science degrees, specialization, Information Science, Multimedia and Publishing. And we will tell you all about these degrees later this morning, and also what's the differences between those different degrees. We also offer our students an opportunity to do up till a PhD degree in IT. So in all 3 different departments, you can do a master's degree, and there's different master's degrees, and you can do a PhD in the end. Just a little bit of statistics. If we look at our student numbers at the moment for undergraduate degrees in 2021, you'll see that first, second and third year students in our BIS Information Science, we have 405 students. In our BSc Computer Science, 588 students. In BCom Informatics, 538 students. So in total, if you look at the School of IT, it's a lot more students than what you have in your high school at the moment that we offer just in the School of IT. Now, if we look at the South African Critical Skills List for 2021, you'll see that the top critical skill that's missing in our country is information technology and communication. Then followed by engineering, by health professions and architects. So if you study anything in the Faculty of Engineering, Built Environment and IT, you can be sure that you are on the critical skills list and that you will have a job once you've finished your studies. So what contribution do we make as a School of IT to the South African economy? In 2020, we delivered in Information Science 167 graduates, Computer Science 159, Informatics 254. So we are contributing a lot to the economy. There's excellent job opportunities. We also have in the school industry advisory boards that advise us what the IT industry needs, and so that we can make sure our students are prepared for the world of work. We hope you're going to sit in our classes at UP next year or the year after, and I hope you're going to enjoy your studies in the School of IT. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you to Prof. Steyn, de Villiers, and du Plessis, and the Dean of our faculty, Prof. Maharaj. We will again hear from Prof. Steyn, as he is also the head of the Department of Civil Engineering. Ladies and gents, those of you who just joined us, you are most welcome.
There are many competitions, many, and fun stuff. 40 goodie bags will be sent to lucky winners. And what do you need to do? You just need to talk to us. Post as many photos as possible under the two hashtags, hashtag EBIT Open Day and hashtag EBIT Rocks. We haven't received anything. Come on, guys, it's not that cold. We are here. Come on, get out of bed and send us those photos. Talk to us. We want to know you. We want to engage with you because we need to engage with the world around us and our fellow human beings. That's the only way we can change the world to make it a better place for everybody.
Yes, ACE. Grade 12s, you need to listen carefully. There are 5 prizes worth 5,000 rand
5,000
each.
rand.
Yes,
Say that again.
5,000 rand
5,000
each,
rand.
which is the registration fee of University of Pretoria. The more you participate in answering questions and posting pictures, the better your chances. The conditions are that you enroll at EBIT, at the University of Pretoria, and you adhere to the admission requirements. The money will be paid into your student account and will not be paid out in cash.
So
The winners,
clever.
the winners of the 5 prizes will be contacted during the next week. Esti, can you feel it?
I can feel it, Emily. It's like a thunder from down under.
Yes. If your passion lies in the built environment, then this next 43 minutes are for you. Even if it is not quite your passion yet, take this opportunity to learn what it is about. Just maybe this is exactly where you need to be. We will now hear what town and regional planning, architecture, and economic and construction management is about. Innovation is our business.
Enjoy it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marco Ranya. I'm the head of the Department of Town and Regional Planning at University of Pretoria. I'd like to tell you a few things about the profession I'm in, and hopefully it will interest you, and hopefully you'll also decide to join us in this very exciting walk of life, I would say. Town planners work in a variety of settings. We work from global scale, dealing with issues like climate change and mitigation of the consequences of the way we've been burning carbons, your parents, my parents, our grandparents, and myself. And hopefully we'll change things, and hopefully you'll be part of that change. A couple of things I need to say. I think we like students coming into our program who have a concern with the future. Students who want to make a difference in the lives of others, not just in our immediate surroundings, but also on the African continent and further afield. Town planning has been known to be a progressive discipline, and by progressive we mean we care about people, we care about community, we care about our planet, as I've alluded to earlier on. With that in mind, we try to use resources sparingly. And that means that we try to find alternative ways of generating electricity, using water carefully. I'm sure many of you are aware that we are a very dry country. And a lot of our water, in fact, doesn't even come from South Africa. It actually comes from Lesotho. So we are dependent on water from outside our borders. We need to be mindful of an increasing population and a shrinking resource base. And that really is one of the core reasons of why we plan. In South Africa, I think it's important to note as well that we deal with a country that comes from a very difficult past. You might be aware, and I'm sure you've been exposed to this, and many of you, I think, live the consequence of the colonial and apartheid systems in this country on a daily basis. We have a very skewed economy where some people enjoy a good life, some enjoy a wonderful life, and some people have a very difficult life. And I think one needs to think of ways in which we can balance out those inequalities. We need to do so in a responsible way. We need to do so in a way that there is a future for all of us. So we have to think carefully. Politicians make statements, and that's their prerogative, but planners try to put practical measures in place by which we can transition from where we are now to a much better future. And that is where we would like people like yourself to become involved, young people who have that same dream, that aspiration to make things better. A few things maybe about the modules you'll do. Given the broad perspective that we try to bring about and that we deal with in our work, be it economics, politics, land, resources, i.e. water, commodities below the ground, the mining wealth of this country, how we use those and put those to task in creating a better future. So you'll do courses in economics, sociology, statistics, engineering, law, and our own courses, which range from design, drafting, courses related and close to IT, where you're going to be doing geographic information systems, and where you will be exposed to ways in which we actually then try to use the tools we have. We design, develop apps to capture information in smarter ways than what we've done. So if you have a broad perspective on things, if you enjoy looking at things from a variety of angles, if you enjoy engaging a different set of people and communities, if you like being in the outdoors, I've encountered that quite a lot of late, that a lot of young people would say that they've come to planning because they want to work in the outside. They don't want to be stuck behind a desk only. And maybe this era of online, this COVID phase we're in, maybe that's also, again, made many people yearn for a life in the outside, to be with other people and to hear their stories and to share their experiences. So we do a lot of that. And then maybe about the future, maybe about, I'm sure many of you are concerned about the prospects. I maybe should say a few things at this current point. Life is difficult, jobs are scarce, and that's not only in planning. I think that goes for most of our professions, most of our disciplines. Many students graduate and struggle to find employment. It's difficult for us. I think for us, we would love our students to leave us and go into the world and make that difference that we talk about on a daily basis. So it's as difficult for us as it is for our students. I think I need to say that planning, I would argue, has a great future. This country's population is set to grow by at least 17 to 20 million people before we reach our peak, which would be around about 2080, by which time I'm surely would have been gone 5 times over, but I'm sure many of you will still be around, and you will be planning for that country that your children and grandchildren will be living in by 2080. So I think that prospect is out there. But the African continent, it also needs to be said that by 2035, half of those that will be coming into the job market will be from the African continent globally. More graduates will be entering from our country than ever before. And those people will have aspirations and ambitions. They will need to be housed. We'll need to build better settlements that can offer better lives for all our people. So I cannot see that there will not be a need for people that come from this discipline. And that's why I would really say, do give it a thought. If you thought about other areas, maybe you thought about architecture, maybe you're interested in geography, maybe you enjoyed that at school. Some of you are good at drafting, design. I've actually seen that quite a few of our students come from that side. If you were at a technical school and you enjoyed that phase, I think it's also something to think about. But essentially, I would really say, if you enjoy interacting with people, if you enjoy listening, observing, and making that difference so that people can enjoy more of what life can offer, I think then this area is definitely something to think about. Hope to see you in our program. And if not now, maybe you'll join us for one of our postgraduate programs. You can always come to us once you've got an honors degree in a BA, BCom, or BSc. Even from architecture or civil engineering, we also have students, and even from law, let me say that as well, we also have students who come to us from law who then top up that degree with a degree in our department. From our department side, once you have our 4-year qualification, you can enter into a variety of other programs. You can go into transport planning, environmental studies, sciences. You can get into urban design, which is something that we don't offer, but there are universities in South Africa and internationally that offer that. And maybe I didn't say that before, but you can also work internationally with our qualification. It is recognized by our council. I've never heard of any students who've gone to other countries, i.e. that's Australia, New Zealand, Canada, the UK, Europe, other African countries. I've never heard of any student who had difficulty with that degree to get employment. So the world is really open and waiting for you to go and make that difference in other parts of the world as well. I would like to say a few things about work opportunities in our field. I think it's always important. I'm sure you would like to know, your sponsors would like to know, your parents, your friends, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts. I'm not sure who's going to be funding your studies, but often it's from a wide variety of sources. So maybe let me say a few things. We work in both the private and the public sectors. Private sector, we work in town planning firms, in property development companies, also banks, insurance companies, because many of these entities manage or either own large property portfolios, and those need to be planned for. They need to anticipate what's going to happen in future, and they need to ensure that they use their property and put those properties into the market at the right time and for the right purpose, and so forth. With regards to the state and their public sector, as it's also known, as you may know, South Africa has 3 spheres of government: national, provincial, and municipal. We work in all 3 of those spheres. In the municipal environment, planners work in the town planning departments, engineering departments, sometimes with matters like building control, but sometimes also related to valuation. And some of them work in the mayor's office, where they assist with strategic planning and try to map ways forward for municipalities to ensure that those municipalities become financially viable, that people enjoy quality services, and that investment is drawn to those towns and cities so that they can flourish in future as well. With regards to province and national government, we work in most sector departments. You'll find town planners in environmental affairs, in land, in transport, in housing, in public works. All of those entities, all of those departments require people who understand land and space. And by space, I'm talking about the relations between activities. So when you hear us talking about spatial, it's not Elon Musk, it's not going to Mars. Maybe one day some of you will be involved in planning for that journey, and also what happens on those places, planets, and further afield. Hopefully you will. But for now, when we talk about spatial planning, we're talking about the relation between activities. How close is a school to a bus stop? Where does the taxi go? Why do many of our shopping malls not have parking facilities for taxis, for instance? And those kind of questions we need to address. How easy is it for a child to cross a street? Do we think about, it might be close in terms of how far it is, but it's dangerous. Is there provision? Is it safe at night? Do we think about lighting? Do we switch off lights because we want to conserve electricity, but we actually make our spaces less safe? So those are the kind of things that one would need to think about when you're doing spatial planning. It's not just, as I say, about land only. It's also about the relation, the proximities, etc., between activities. I would also like to say a few things about a concept you may have heard about, which is smart cities. I would like to add to that also smart villages. I think we say too much about smart cities, and I'm not discarding that, but we're a country of cities and villages. And a whole lot of places in between. When we talk about smart in this regard, it is about how do we interact with technology and how does technology shape what we do. So from our perspective where we are, we would most probably argue that we need to be aware of new technologies. And you may have also heard of the 4th Industrial Revolution, and some people talk about the 5th and the 6th, and I don't know if they're just adding them on or whether they are real or not, but in any case, for all intents and purposes, let's talk about the 4th for now, because I think that's the one we're in now, and well, that we've begun to enter rather. So the 4th Industrial has created a new interaction between people and technology, and where a lot of technology actually starts living in us, and where we interact very closely, I would say. Some of you are very familiar with iPhones, iPads, and related devices. So I suppose that is a simple way of thinking about that interaction. You may have also heard about 5G and where things are going, that interaction, so that wherever we go, that there's a proximity, so there's an awareness. We are aware of our surroundings, and some of that immediate experience, but some of that will be experienced through apps and through screens. So we are, as I say, as planners, obviously, as specialists who design these spaces in which people will live and in which they will spend their lives and days, we are of course interested in how we can secure more data. So for instance, if you would walk from your house to a shop, spaza shop, it could be a mall, it could be anything, what 5G would do is it would record exactly where you're going, what you've done there, what you've spent there, how safe that journey was or not. And those are the kind of things, as I say, on a very simple base. So that simple set of information, your phone records, those get absorbed. Where you spend your time on the internet, who you interact with, all of that goes into systems which start making sense of the patterns of life. And those patterns of individuals then get, it's called amassed, and then we start understanding, hopefully better, how things happen in the world. From our side, we would like to use those patterns to design better spaces. If we understand what people like, what they dislike, where they go, when they go, where they stay away from, or where they frequent, places that they go to often, we would like to get a better understanding of that and use that pattern of life to ensure that what we do fits in better, so that we don't prescribe, but that we actually learn from. And that interface is interesting and exciting for us. I'm a bit worried that I think that people take the smart city idea and that they think now all of a sudden, it's all going to be high tech and people's lives will completely change. I think it should be used in a way that it actually enhances what we do and how we live and how we behave and operate and function. About the smart villages I spoke about, I think far too little is done in South Africa. A lot of people live far away from the big grids in our country. And when I'm saying the big grids, I mean electricity, proper water, proper sewage, access to opportunities, access to good education, and so forth. And there is a way by which we could cross that geographical divide. And that would be done by ensuring that in villages, people actually set up their own microgrids that they could do with solar or wind technology, renewable energy. They could use that energy in different ways to clean water that they may have access to. They can use that to power boreholes for if they're in an area where there isn't a lot of water. But they can also find ways by which they can put in place systems which regenerate themselves throughout that area in which the village is located. So you could have an ecosystem in which a community could live, look after itself, grow its own food, in many ways actually become quite self-sufficient, but not be isolated, because through that energy they can connect. They access the internet, they access goods and services, they can sell into the world, they can secure services. You can even have people sitting in a smart village and writing very sophisticated apps and programs for people far afield from where they are. So that opportunity, which many of South Africans who live in rural South Africa have been forgotten, excluded, and often removed even in the past from places where they were within our city and environments, we can find a way by which justice can be done, and those communities and their children can actually get access to a better life. So, as I say, I think we need to think about the smart city as let's call it an apex kind of space, as much as we need to think about the smart villages, and then obviously everything in between. And you as young people, I would argue, have the ideas, and I'm sure many of you have the desire to actually start making that future a reality. So if you're interested in that, I think town planning is definitely a discipline that you should consider. I should maybe say something about time. And time is an interesting aspect in our work. We live in the present, and a lot of what we're living in now is a consequence of what happened in the past. And in South Africa, I think it is very telling, it is very instructive in how people's lives get shaped, where they get born, access to opportunities and life chances. I think I've said maybe a bit about that before. But I do think we cannot ever forget that, because what we do now is important. We can't change that past. We can change the future. And it's how we start now, mindful of where we've come from and mindful of how decisions can shape places and how they can destroy people's lives or how they can make people's lives. It is really important that we start thinking about a very different future. We in our department often talk about futures in the plural, with the understanding that the future isn't a set space, that there are a multitude of futures. And even if a particular future starts unfolding, that we can always change tack and take it on a different trajectory, take it to a different place, and maybe craft through wisdom and knowledge and awareness, and having said something about the smart city and smart villages earlier on, it is important that we also think about ways in which we actually take information from the now and put it to task so that we start crafting better futures. So I don't want to, overemphasize and just talk about saying the future. I think from where we stand, I'm really aware of where we are now. And I think the one thing I would want to say to you, I think what we really ask our students to think about and experience is the now. Be in that space. Try to make the most of every moment. Enjoy your phones, enjoy the interaction, enjoy what technology allows. But go out there, see the world, experience how other people are living, because all of those experiences, some of them good, some of them bad, some of them quite ambivalent, I'm sure, but all of those will shape how you start thinking about the future. You need to know what is wrong with the now if you want to change and take it to a better place. So you also need to go and see those things. Be careful when you do so. Be aware of dangers. I don't want to overemphasize that. We live in a country in which one needs to be careful, take care. Even beyond COVID, there are many parts of our country where I'm quite sure a person would feel that you would be cautious, and let me always say that. Please be cautious, but please also explore and experience. If that sounds interesting to you, and if you feel that you want to be part of that project, of shaping that better future, of using our awareness of now, our experiences of the past, to craft that better future, use those technologies, work with other disciplines, because I think the future definitely will lie in collaboration. Collaboration between planners, architects, engineers, people in IT. And many of you, I'm quite sure, will start in planning and might find your ways into any of these other disciplines, meaning IT and so. But that interaction, I think, is going to create the kind of professionals that we need in this country to shape and make that better future. So thank you for listening. I hope it's been of interest to you. I hope you may consider coming to us. I can really assure you it's going to be a good time. We're a small department. We know our students. We interact with them. We really try to make it worth your time, the investment you're making. We realize it's 4 years out of a life, and we really want you to take those 4 years and do something meaningful in the future. And so we'll make sure that those 4 years are meaningful while you are with us in that present. So thank you, and good luck with your studies, and yeah, work hard, study, and see you soon. Thank you.
Hello there, I'm Zakia.
I am Jan.
I am Silinzile. We all studied at and now lecture at the Department of Architecture at the University of Pretoria. And today, we'd like to tell you more about what architects do.
Do we only draw house plans, or is there more to the job?
Oh no, Zakia, it's much simpler than that. You simply press F5 and out rolls a perfect drawn plan.
And why should you use an architect when you can get plans off Pinterest?
Plans by Pinterest? As long as it's Instagram worthy, who cares?
Jokes aside, first and foremost, architects are designers of many things. Not just houses, but different types of buildings, objects, processes, and experience and interactions that need complex problem solving over different scales. Now, this can vary from the most intimate private spaces to large interventions in urban spaces. But what do we mean when we say we are designers? Do we just make sketches and pictures to show the form of buildings? Do we just plan the spatial layout of buildings? We do all these things, but there is much more to being a designer. A designer has to understand the needs of their client and the potential of the materials they use, and also the environment within which they work. Architects in particular have to consider not just the form and aesthetics, but also structure, function, services such as plumbing and electricity, the local climate, the brand and image of their clients, and very importantly, the budget. We have to make sure that the spaces and places we create are both functional and inspirational, that they're accessible to all users, and support the quality of life of all who use them.
And who are we as architects? We are innovators and agents of change. We have a responsibility to both the environment and to society. When we design, we reflect on our impact on the natural environment. We think about the resources we use, what we take away, and what we return to the natural world. We aim to enhance the quality of the environment rather than deplete our resources. We think about the way we can use technology and theory to create spaces that regenerate and support the healing processes of the planet. We reflect on our individual impacts in a symbiotic world and on how we can be innovative about sustainable design. We consider how to close the loop on material use, how to respect our indigenous environments, and how to restore the patterns of nature through design. We have the ability to influence societal shifts. We can use design as a way to build a sense of community and belonging. We can design spaces that enhance the way we live, learn, work, shop, eat, socialize, recover, heal, and relax. We have the ability to elicit emotional responses in the people who occupy design spaces. We can educate, move, uplift, protect, and empower people through design. We have the potential to institute positive shifts in society and encourage citizenship and sustainable behavior through our designs and design processes.
But design is certainly not only about doing it all by yourself. architects often work with others as a team of co-creators to develop the most appropriate solution for the problem at hand. This means working with and coordinating a team of professionals to ensure that the project is completed on time, within budget, and to the highest quality. But this is not where it stops. We engage with local communities, end users, and stakeholders to ensure that their insight, knowledge, and needs are addressed in the design and construction process, and importantly, also during the use of the building, interior, or landscape. This means that we take a deep interest in the understanding and accommodating those that will be using the final product, those that will be making the building or landscape, and also the neighbors and community that will be affected by the design solution. This ensures that the project that the architects often undertake improve the well-being of the end users, society, and its environment.
And there is more to being an architect. Architects are influencers and therefore also need to be entrepreneurs and have business savvy to help create opportunities for communities and other groups with whom we engage. We are dynamic and move between teams, sites, spaces, and virtual realities. Based on our developed skill sets and experiences, we're able to take advantage of many alternative income streams. We can become property developers ourselves or start nonprofit companies aimed at helping communities navigate their own development. Or we can branch out as designers in other fields, such as furniture and object design, or even fashion design. Our training in digital visualization means that we can move into the exciting world of designing virtual environments. For example, building and selling virtual objects for use in virtual reality, augmented reality, and gaming. We can build software, write and sell books online, and create online courses available to a worldwide audience. And when we're feeling really adventurous, we use our computer coding to invent simple solutions to complex problems. Our ability to think strategically and see the big picture also opens up doors in the business world as consultants and system designers.
Running a successful business is certainly important for architects, yet architecture as a field of study has a lot more to offer. Architects often act as researchers, asking the important questions of our times, such as how do we make cities that we live in more comfortable and sustainable for all, or how do we communicate our designs more accurately during the construction process? The list is certainly endless, but as scholars, architects often explore the very frontiers of our knowledge. So ultimately, architects are lifelong learners that look for opportunities to learn and discover more about the world that we inhabit and make for ourselves. This makes us visionaries who critically consider our current realities and strive to make the future that we all wish to inhabit one day. But above all, being an architect is an exciting and invigorating lifelong journey of creation, innovation, and discovery.
So why should you want to study at the Department of Architecture at the University of Pretoria?
Because there are several things which make us different. Our curriculum is grounded in a belief that the role of the designer in the 21st century is to co-create a better future for the environments and societies within which we live. This ethos of regenerative development means that we value community engagement and design practices which promotes well-being, is environmentally and culturally responsible, and focuses not just on the needs of the present, but contributes to creating a thriving and abundant future for all.
We benefit from a multidisciplinary approach to design where we explore the fields of interior architecture, architecture, urban design, and landscape architecture as different avenues to express our contribution to all sectors and scales of society and the environment. We share interdisciplinary studio environments and collaborate across these disciplines in both undergraduate and postgraduate projects.
We see studying as a continuous journey of inquiry, building knowledge from first to third year and into the postgraduate programs, with different streams of knowledge on design, technology, earth systems, and culture, all woven into and applied in design projects. These projects draw on real-life partnerships in research and community engagement, creating architecture that not only responds to the world and the conditions around us, but is also globally relevant.
This makes our students internationally sought after, and we have several alumni studying in postgraduate programs at top universities or working in some of the world's most groundbreaking design firms.
So here's the deal.
We welcome students that are independent and creative thinkers, who are curious about how things work and interested in many things, and who are big picture thinkers with a keen eye for detail.
Who question the status quo and who are passionate about contributing to a better society and environment in the rapidly changing world of the 21st century.
And you care about the world and others and want to be a part of creating a diverse community.
If this is you, we look forward to your application.
Welcome to the Department of Construction Economics. I am Alzaan van Eck, a lecturer at our department. What is construction economics all about? At the Department of Construction Economics, we teach, train and educate future construction professionals. Property and construction professionals are the professional people involved in a construction project from the beginning to the end. Before a construction project starts, property developers will decide what type of building is needed on a property. After the property development phase, the construction of the building can start. For the construction of a building, an entire professional team is needed, such as architects, engineers, project managers, quantity surveyors, and building contractors. And these professionals will ensure that the building is constructed within time, scope, and budget. Once the construction of the building is complete, property managers will be responsible for the management of the building as well as the facilities. Our department specifically focuses on the education of construction professionals in the fields of construction management, quantity surveying, and real estate. What can you study at the Department of Construction Economics? We offer degrees in construction management, quantity surveying, and real estate. A degree in construction management is focused around the construction of a building and infrastructure. A degree in quantity surveying is focused around the cost management of a building project, and your degree in real estate is going to be focused around property development and property management. To obtain your BSc degree, you will study a minimum of 3 years at undergraduate level, but our postgraduate studies also include a BSc Honours degree as well as a Master's or PhD degree. To obtain your BSc Honours degree, a student will have to study a minimum of 1 year. To obtain a Master's degree, you will study a minimum of 2 years, and for a PhD degree, a minimum of 3 years. What can you do with your degree? A degree in construction management will allow you to become a construction manager. A construction manager is a professional businessman involved in the process of infrastructure development and specifically the construction of buildings. This degree provides you with a wide variety of career opportunities. You can start your own construction company as a main building contractor or a subcontractor. You can also become a project manager or a property developer. A degree in quantity surveying will allow you to become a professional consultant responsible for the cost management of building projects. You will provide both financial and contractual services to your clients. With this degree, you will be able to register as a professional quantity surveyor. As a PRQS, you can also start your own consulting company one day. This degree also allows you to become a fund manager, an asset manager, or contract manager within the built environment. A degree in real estate is not about selling houses. Real estate can be seen as property studies that include land development, management of buildings, and valuation of land and buildings. This degree will also allow you to register as a professional property valuer. Career opportunities include property development, property management, property investment, and asset management. What are the admission requirements? To study any one of the degrees on offer at our department, you will need a National Senior Certificate or an equivalent. You must also have an admission point score of 30. The score of 30 does not include life orientation. For English, home language or first language, you need a minimum score of 5. For mathematics, you need a minimum score of 5. And for physical science or accounting, you need a minimum score of 4. Who are we accredited with nationally as well as internationally? In South Africa, there are councils in the construction industry who are legally responsible to develop and maintain the standard of the construction professions. When a degree is accredited by these councils, it means that the degree is in line with industry standards. We can proudly say that all 3 our degrees at the Department of Construction Economics are accredited nationally by councils such as the Council for the Quantity Surveying Profession, the Council for the Project and Construction Management Professionals, and the Council for the Property Valuers Profession. We also invite international professional bodies to evaluate the standard of our degree on a regular basis. The Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors and the Chartered Institute of Building can both provide international accreditations for our degrees. Currently, we are accredited with the CIOB till 2022, and the next accreditation visit from the RICS is scheduled to take place in 2021. We value industry relationships and welcome the opportunities it provides for our students to learn and grow. Over the years, we have established strong relationships with the Association of South African Quantity Surveyors and the Australian Institute of Building. With the support of our industry partners, our students are able to get involved in professional student societies and take part in conferences and international learning opportunities. What can our students expect in terms of teaching, learning, and research? Our teaching and learning and research focus on the latest industry trends. You can expect to learn about and do research on exciting topics such as green building and sustainability, project and facilities management, the life cycle costing of buildings, building information modeling, human capital, and the well-being of people in the built environment, contracts and property law, as well as construction innovation and procurement. We want to invite you to come and build your future with us. Contact us by visiting our website. We hope to see you soon.
Hello, everybody. Will you ever look at buildings, shopping centers, or any other living space in the same way? The EBIT generation, as we refer to our students, are people. The Z generation is a generation who grew up with technology. You guys, you're glued to that. And yes, technology brings innovation and change. But the human being, with all its complexities and feelings and emotions and belongings, play an extremely important role when we innovate. We innovate around the human being, and the human being stands central to innovation. We do care about what we do and how we innovate.
SD, we also want to salute all the ladies who are spending the day with us.
Yes,
Our
Women's Month.
yes,
Woohoo!
our female students and staff members don't stand back when it comes to research and innovation,
Definitely.
innovative solutions. We are wanted and needed in the world, and our faculty will open your eyes to the possibilities out there where you can make a change and become part of the answers. Visit our Facebook page and LinkedIn to get to know the ladies in our faculty who inspire us all.
Emily, it is exhilarating, the power of knowledge, and to make decisions based on that knowledge.
Yes, Esti. Ladies and gents, those of you who just joined us, you are most welcome. Grade 12s, you need to listen carefully. There are 5 prizes worth 5,000 Rand each,
5,000.
which is the registration fee of UP. The more you participate in answering questions and posting pictures, the better your chances. The conditions are that you enroll with EBIT at UP and that you adhere to the admission requirements. The money will be paid into your student account and will not be paid out in cash. The winners of the 5 prizes will be contacted during the next week.
You know, Emily, they must enroll not with EBIT, with EBIT.
With EBIT.
Yes. Engineering, built, and IT, EBIT.
And remember to post on our social media platforms to win the prizes.
Do we have any at the moment? We
yes,
have.
there we go.
Now you're talking to us. Now you're engaging with us. And that's how you're going to win, for sure. Let us acknowledge these people, Emily. Caleb.
Oh, yes, Caleb.
Thrilled about the EBIT Online Open Day. You've got a bag.
Thank you for the post and annex.
Annex. Great stuff. T-Nike, I don't know who you are, but fantastic.
Prizes
Thank
are coming
so
for
much.
you. And Kyaleboha, thank you for posting that wonderful picture there.
Leona, thank you so much. Remember, hashtag EBIT rocks, hashtag
EBIT Open Day.
When
Kyaleboha
someone's got an
again.
argument with me.
Okay.
Something I know a lot about. You're in trouble, I'm sure. Thank you. Keep them coming. There are many competitions and fun stuff. 40 goodie bags will be
40
sent to
goodie
lucky
bags.
winners. 40 to lucky winners. And what do you need to do? You just need to talk to us.
Engage with the platforms,
Ask
yes.
us questions. Talk to us. Send us your selfies. That's what we want to know. We want to see you. Please, EBIT Open Day, hashtag
EBIT rocks. The next 40 minutes belong to the School of Information Technology. I'm sure that there are many of you who are sitting up straight now. Machine learning, AI, gaming, gaming information networks. This is where the magic happens. Join us as we innovate your world with the knowledge of each presenter as they take us on a journey in the School of Information Technology.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Marie Hatting from the Department of Informatics, University of Pretoria. Today, I am going to introduce you to our BITIS program. At the heart of any organization, there are 3 components: people, process, and technology. And organizations will tell you, if you find a perfect balance between those 3 components, you will achieve your goals. Now, the organizational goals will be different for different organizations, and it can include maybe increase the customer base, increase profit margins, increase productivity, decrease lead time. Many more organizational goals do exist. Therefore, someone that understands the importance of balancing people, process, and technology should be sought after. And that is what our BITIS graduates are. They are the balancing force between people, process, and technology, because they don't just all speak all 3 languages, they also understand the importance of balancing the 3 components. The BITIS program is concerned with the field of informatics. Now, informatics is the application of information and communication technologies within a business environment. And as I mentioned, a business environment consists of people, process, and technology. Now, sometimes the technology is still manual or it's out of date. That then affects different efficiency and effectiveness of the business processes, which can impact the different people differently. The BITIS program is structured that we explore each of these components. People are very important in an organization. Hence our departmental motto, information systems by people, for people. The people aspect is the most difficult aspect as guidelines are available as to how people should act, but people very rarely do what they need to do. Furthermore, there are loads of different people that need to be considered in an organization. For example, every organization has customers. Customers are not all the same. Some are old, some are young, some have money, some don't. Some have families and some are single. So organizations need to cater for all these different types of customers. Then organizations have employees. Some employees interact directly with customers. Some only work with other employees. Managers are usually focused on the bottom line, which can be make money or make more money. And other employees are focused on how much or little other employees do. We call these the stakeholders of an organization. And then comes the informatics graduate, also a type of people, that potentially interact with all the stakeholders of an organization in order to design, develop, and implement an information system that will assist the organization to support their business processes in such a way that they realize their goals. So what do you need to design, develop, and implement an information system in an organization? You need a business analyst to understand the business needs and to design what the system needs to do. You need a system analyst to identify the technology that will support this design. You will need a user experience designer to design the pretty screens that we all interact with on our phones or on our computer screens. You will need a programmer or developer to write the code. You will need a quality assurance manager to test the code. And you will need a project manager to oversee the complete project. Our BIT-IS graduates can fulfill all of these roles and some more roles, depending on the electives they choose. Depending on the size of the organization they work at, they can fulfill all of these roles or a combination of it, or they can specialize in one role. This is one of the main advantages of the BIT-IS degree. It gives you the flexibility to pursue different roles depending on your interests and strengths. Some individuals are better programmers than analysts, and vice versa. In order to develop the competencies for an informatics graduate to design a system that will support its stakeholders, our program offers the following core subjects. I'm providing you with the module codes, so you can go and look it up in our yearbook. INF 113 allows us to critically analyze the stakeholders' problems through critical thinking and problem solving. INF 112 provides the scope and context of how technology is used in organizations. This is further complemented in the third year through INF 324 that addresses patterns and trends in IT development and organizations, which ensures that our graduates are up to date with the new industry developments. INF 154 and 164 is the programming modules where students are taught simple coding and introduction to C# and more advanced C# development in the second semester, in addition to HTML coding. In the first year, the focus is on desktop application development. INF 171 gives you the introduction to systems analysis and design. The focus is on understanding the business requirements and introduction to business requirement modeling. In the second year, we build on this foundation laid in the first year. In INF 271, we delve deeper into understanding the business processes, requirements modeling, by supplementing our process-oriented modeling from the first year with UML modeling, project management, system installation, and maintenance. In INF 214, you learn about the theoretical concept and design of standalone databases. INF 261 focuses on the theoretical concepts and design of distributed databases. INF 272 is your second year programming module, and it extends the application development through responsive web design. Here you are taught HTML, CSS, JavaScript, jQuery, JSON, and MVC. And then we integrate with standalone databases through the entity framework, and you also do some object-oriented programming. INF 225 focuses on the hardware configuration and networks. This is the system architecture aspect. INF 354 is your third year programming module, Advanced Programming. This is where you do full stack development. You work in Angular, Angular in Ionic, Angular and Electron with SASS and PHP. INF 315 is a soft skills project management module. That is where you are taught team skills, because working in a team is extremely important in this line of work. INF 370 is our capstone project, and that is the cherry on our informatics cake. That entails that students in groups of 5 need to design and develop a turnkey system for a real-life client. So they have to source a real-life client, understand the business processes associated with that client's organization. They then have to go away and design a solution that will meet that client's needs. Then they will develop that solution and showcase it to the client. And in a number of instances, clients actually implemented the solution developed by the students in our capstone project. So where do the elective modules fit in? So in the beginning, I mentioned the 3 components all organizations have. However, depending on the organization, the environment in which these 3 components are applied will differ. Your electives will give you a specialized perspective of the environment in which organizations operate. Your electives complete one piece of the complex business environment puzzle. In the BIT-IS program, we have 7 different streams that all have the same informatics foundation, but allow you to specialize in different directions. These 7 streams are computer auditing, e-taxation, e-business, entrepreneurship, data science management, information science, and geography. Don't worry, I'll give you some more detail. Computer auditing is concerned with the integration of hardware, software, and infrastructures to find an optimal IT solution for an organization. Students opting for this stream usually can work in the investment type of companies. So the subjects associated with this stream includes financial accounting, statistics, and pastel for accounting in your first year. In your second year, you do business accounting and internal auditing, and in your final year, you specialize in internal auditing. The second stream is e-taxation. Now, it doesn't sound very exciting. However, our country gives us a lot of opportunities to apply different types of taxes. So systems need to cater for these types of taxes. And that's why a specialization in e-taxation is such a good idea. Employees with a background in accounting, statistics, or taxation and information systems are in high demand in financial institutions, such as banks and audit firms. The subjects associated in this stream is financial accounting, statistics, and pastel for accounting in your first year, then business accounting and taxation in your second year, and then specialization in taxation in your third year. E-business is the third stream. E-business is concerned with overseeing the sales of businesses that use the internet to market their products directly to the customers. I'm sure we're all aware of that during lockdown. The subjects associated with this stream is again financial accounting, statistics, and pastel for accounting in your first year. In the second year is where it gets really interesting. You've got subjects such as design thinking and innovation, business creation, responsible management, and communication management. And then in your third year, you do international business management and business analytics. Entrepreneurship is our fourth stream. Now, entrepreneurs can create products, services, companies, and even industries. Some work for themselves or in a family business, while others work in a traditional company. The subjects associated with this stream is again financial accounting, statistics, and pastel for accounting in your first year. In your second year, you do logistics management and business management, and also design thinking and innovation. And in your third year, you do the design and implementation of business strategy. Data science management is a very exciting stream to pursue. That is where we combine statistics with informatics. Now, what we produce here is data scientists. And data scientists are responsible for planning, collecting, processing, and analyzing data in order to make informed decisions. They are involved in producing reliable data, analyzing data in order to form a clear picture, and draw practical conclusions based on available data. All the devices that we currently wear, or even the cars that we drive, or the fridges that we use, or the TVs that we switch on are smart devices. All of these things produce data. Now, the data science management stream will focus on using that data for organizations to make informed decisions in order to achieve their business goals. The subjects associated with this stream are economics and statistics in your first year, and then statistics and applied statistics in your second year, and then statistics in your third year. So previously I told you about all the data that's generated by all these various devices. Now someone needs to sort those data in order to make it presentable to the layman, you and I. Now that's what the information science stream does. They manage, acquire, supply and distribute information in an organization. The subjects associated with this stream are information science in your first, second and third year. In the third year you also do information and knowledge management. Now the last stream is maybe an unexpected combination with informatics, in the sense that the previous combinations usually had something to do with commercial organizations. But the last stream is geography. Organizations across the globe are increasingly relying on location intelligence to make better decisions. So students that pursue this stream will then focus on designing and developing information systems that cater for data that's derived from geographical information devices. The subjects that are associated with this stream are Introduction to Environmental Sciences, Biometry, aspects of human geography, because there's also people in this environment, and then cartography. These are the subjects that you do in your first year. In your second year, you do Introduction to Geographical Information Systems, Geographical Data Analysis, and Remote Sensing. In your third year, you do Geographical Information Systems and Spatial Analysis. After your third year, you would have developed a number of competencies, informatics competencies, and also competencies derived from the specific electives that you've chosen through the specific stream that you followed. Now, some informatics competencies are problem solving, analytical skills, critical thinking skills, modeling skills, interface design skills, project management skills, development skills, interpersonal skills, because you learn to communicate not only with clients, but also with team members. You learn about conflict management, team working, and very importantly, time management. And then also professionalism and a strong work ethic. Now, depending on your elective, you can have information management skills, statistical analysis skills, auditing skills, business strategy development and implementation skills, cartography skills, remote sensing, and so on, and so on, and so on. Now, according to the World Economic Forum, these are some of the top 10 skills required by 2025. So you can't go wrong. Some of the career opportunities available for informatics graduates are business analysts. The majority of our informatics graduates start off as business analyst and then migrate onto other roles. However, you can also become a system analyst, an IT auditor, or a software developer. I just want to emphasize that you can become a software developer or a programmer or a coder when studying informatics. It's just the focus of programming is slightly different to that from computer science. Computer science is more theoretical, and they work on developing Windows. We use Windows to develop other programs that will run on Windows. Our informatics graduates are headhunted by some of the leading companies in South Africa. Usually, these companies are invited to our INA 370 Capstone Project Day, where they can come and interview you based on the work that you've done by developing a system for your real-life client. Some of these companies include King Price, FNB, PwC, Deloitte, KPMG, Investec, Standard Bank, EPU's Labs, BSG, Moyo, and Discovery. Have I convinced you yet? I invite all of you to go and check out our INF 370 projects on YouTube. Just search for INF 370 2020 and you will see a playlist of all our capstone projects that were submitted and completed last year. I especially point you to video number 18, which was our winning system, the cricket system, and also special mention to the first runner-ups in video 15 and the second runner-up in video 21. Thank you so much for tuning in to learn about the BITIS program. I hope you found it valuable and I hope to see all of you next year.
Good day. I am Dr. Steyn, Senior Lecturer in the Department of Informatics. Another degree also presented in the Department of Informatics is the BCom Informatics degree. Having this degree as part of the EBIT accreditation is one of the many reasons why our students are headhunted by leading companies, resulting in a 100% employment rate for our students within the degree they studied. Your degree is a significant achievement and perhaps the largest investment you will make towards your future. So how can the EBIT accreditation degree help you? EBIT is a non-profit ISO 9001 certified organization that accredits college and university programs in applied and natural science, computing, engineering, and engineering technology. Obtaining this accreditation makes us one of few institutions outside of America and the only university in Africa to have this accreditation. EBIT accreditation verifies that your educational experience meets the global standards for technical and education in your professional career. This also paves the way for you to work globally because EBIT accreditation is recognized worldwide through international agreements, and many other countries' national accreditation systems are based on the EBIT model. But what does this degree entail? Except for the same modules as discussed by Dr. Hutting earlier, a BCom Informatics student must select one of the following electives, which you will choose and carry through as your second major subject up to your third year. These electives include accounting, opening up doors to many financial institutions and working on accounting systems and integrated operational systems. Statistics. If you have statistics, you can go into the field of data science, a multidisciplinary field that uses scientific methods, processes, algorithms, and systems to attract knowledge and insight from structured and unstructured data. You will be involved in producing reliable data, analyzing data to form a clear picture, and drawing practical conclusions based on the available data. Business management. As you will develop systems for businesses, it is crucial to understand how businesses are run and managed, and that is why business management is one of the many electives to choose from. Marketing. If you want to take marketing, you will have to take this elective already from your first year. Internal auditing. This elective allows you to be employed by any auditing firm to assist with auditing and risk management for the organization and its clients. Taxation. Employees with a background in accounting, statistics, taxation and information systems are in high demand in financial institutions such as banks and audit firms. I hope you understand the BCom Informatics degree and indeed hope to see you as a student in the department in the future.
Hello, I am Anique Smith from the Department of Information Science. And today I'm going to be speaking to you about the BIS Multimedia degree. The concept of multimedia is about presenting information in multiple mediums. This involves using sound, visuals, animation, and interactivity. The degree is about learning how to design and create multimedia products like websites and animations. It includes both the theory of multimedia and current trends, as well as the practical application of these concepts. So, what will you learn in the degree? Well, it consists of three main components. The first is multimedia. In this component, you will learn about website development, how to create content on programs like Photoshop and Illustrator, human-computer interaction, and the trends of multimedia. The second component is computer science. Here you will learn about programming languages and how to design good programs. The final component is visual design. This is taught by the art department, and here you will learn about design principles. With this degree, you will learn how to create websites using HTML, how to become a member of a multimedia production team, how to create games and animations, how to build user-friendly computer interfaces, how to create media like graphics, sound, animations, how to build 3D worlds, and finally, how to program in various programming languages. The requirements for entrance into the degree are an APS of 30, a maths level 5, which is 60% and above, and this is pure maths, not maths literacy, and finally, an English level 4, which is 50% and above. Career opportunities for this degree include becoming a website developer, either the front end, the back end, or both, a user experience designer where you end up working at a place like a bank and designing the systems that people will work with, or becoming a general programmer. You can also become a virtual reality or augmented reality developer if you choose to further your studies by doing a BIS Multimedia Honours degree. Finally, if you choose to learn more about video editing, sound editing, or animation, you can become a content creator in any of those directions. The main benefit of having a multimedia degree is the ability to work in a multi-skilled team and to be able to communicate easily with multiple members of the team by moving between your roles as a designer and a developer because you understand both of those components. If you would like to find out more about this degree, we have a podcast in which we interview members of the industry about the jobs that they do. This is a very good way to find out what you will be doing if you choose to pursue this degree. We also have a YouTube channel where you can find projects from students of previous years, as well as stay up to date with what we are currently busy with. We have a website where you can find out more about the degree, and we also have a blog where you can download previous year's student projects to see what you will be able to do if you choose to do this degree. The multimedia degree combines the best technical aspects of computer science with the creativity of using a computer to create new content. So if you are interested in doing this degree and you're in grade 8 or 9, keep in mind that you need pure maths to be accepted. Please use these links provided to learn more about the degree, and I hope to see you there in the future. Thank you.
Welcome to the degree of BIS Information Science, offered by the Department of Information Science. My name is Ms. Annika Meyer, and I'll be telling you more about this program. The rapid increase in the amount of information available, the effects of this abundance, and the growing information needs have required the training of information intermediaries to facilitate the bringing together of users and the information they require. This resulted in a growing demand in the information industry for information science professionals with specific skills and competencies related to knowledge and skills in information technology, business operations and management, and effective information communication skills to lead organizational integration and process re-engineering activities. But more specifically, we require information science professionals, thus upcoming information science graduates, with specific competencies and skills related to the interaction between humans and information technologies. This is especially of great significance to overcome the challenges generated by emerging technologies associated with the Fourth Industrial Revolution and other similar innovations to come. The BIS Information Science program focuses on the use of information technologies and the processing of information products and its design. Students have the opportunity to develop knowledge, abilities and skills in the management, retrieval and organization of information, as well as to teach them how to add value to, package and distribute information. Overall, this degree is ideal for students who would want to be part of the global information society, buy and sell information, develop information systems, and manage information products and services. To be able to study this degree, you require an APS score of 28, English home language or English first additional language on a level 4, meaning a 50 to a 59%. And remember to exclude life orientation when you calculate your APS score. After the completion of your degree, you will have the following career opportunities. Information and Knowledge Specialist, where you will create, organize, and add value to information and knowledge resources. A Records Manager, they are responsible for the effective and appropriate management of organizational records. Information Consultant, where you can advise on, plan, and design information products, services, and systems for their clients, according to their user needs. And then Information Broker, you can become an infopreneur, meaning that you will buy and sell information products and services. Then a Social Media Content Creator and Manager, where you will create, manage, and curate all published content, such as videos, images, and text on social networking platforms. Other possible career opportunities include Information Policy Advisor, Knowledge Management and Communication Specialist, and Competitive Intelligence Analyst. What to expect in your first year? So your first year curriculum will comprise out of 4 information science modules, which includes INL 110, an introduction to information science, INL 120, a representation and organization of information, as well as INL 130, which focuses on how one can personally manage your information. And lastly, INL 140, which looks at the introduction of information and communication technologies. Other core modules include business management, an introduction to that, as well as entrepreneurship. We also provide students with the opportunity to select their own elective modules on first year level for at least 40 credits, which they are passionate about. For example, psychology, sociology, criminology, archaeology, heritage and cultural tourism, as well as the opportunity to select informatics modules. However, remember, if you would like to take Informatics 112, you require a level 4 for mathematics, meaning a 50 to 59%. If you would like to take Informatics 154, 164, and 171, you require a mathematics level 5, meaning 60 to 69%. Other information science modules, which you will have in your second and third year. Remember, we've already spoken about your first year curriculum. In your second year as an information science student, you'll be introduced to various information retrieval systems, gain skills in the creation and development of your own database, understand the economics of information, focus on information ethics, and look at how one can capture, store, and preserve indigenous knowledge. In your third year, you will focus on information and knowledge management, competitive intelligence, look at various institutional repository software, as well as design your own repository. And lastly, focus on social political aspects of information. Ultimately, this program equips students, our up-and-coming information science graduates, with a broad set of skills and competencies to succeed in information-intensive industries, as well as to specialize in fields such as information and knowledge management and competitive intelligence. So make today matter and choose to study information science. Thank you so much for listening. Bye-bye.
Hi everyone, my name is Samantha Miller and I work in the Department of Publishing Studies at the University of Pretoria. Today I'd like to tell you more about the sub-department, and we are also located in the Department of Information Science. The Publishing Studies Package Coordinator is Professor Beth Leroux. She has years of experience in the industry and has also been at the university for quite some time. I should also note that our department works closely with industry, and we conduct research for the Publishers Association of South Africa, the South African Booksellers Association, and many more. I should also note that we are the only university in South Africa that offers an undergraduate degree in publishing studies. What exactly is publishing? Publishing is producing the value-added content for a specific market. This could be in the form of books, ebooks, or digital content, magazines, or corporate publications. Those are annual reports and newsletters. Furthermore, publishing facilitates the artistic expression of our authors. We help authors realize their book dreams by publishing stories, factual information, or educational content in different formats. We create, we edit, we design, and we print and provide the nation with books. We basically link any kind of content that needs to be communicated with a specific audience. So what will you learn in the publishing degree? This is called the BIS, Publishing Studies degree. We will teach you everything you need to know about the publishing industry locally and internationally. Apart from theoretical knowledge, we also equip you with a skill set. This includes copy editing, design and layout, ebook conversions, and many more. We also go through the whole publishing value chain, meaning we teach you how to come up with an idea for a book, right up until the end where you sit with an end product and distribute that to your end consumer, the reader. The requirements for the specific BIS Publishing Studies degree is an APS of 28. In your first year, you will have additional subjects to your core publishing subjects. You will take information science, marketing, and visual communication subjects. In your final year, in your third year, you specialize in publishing subjects ranging from commissioning, ebook conversion, marketing, and magazine publishing. Within the publishing value chain, there are various jobs, whether it is in the printing industry, the retail industry, for example, selling books, or being a commissioning editor, where you work closely with your authors or edit manuscripts. You can work at traditional publishing houses like Van Skyk or Tafelberg or Jacana, or you can work for an online learning company like IT Schools, Pearson Learning Education. You can also work as an educational publisher and produce school books, or publish poetry or a best-selling novel with Penguin Random House. You can work as an editor or picture editor at a glossy or subject-specific magazine. You can work in the creative industry, so you can basically work for radio, television, any place where you need to communicate information to a specific audience. There are a few alternative options as well, for example, copyright permissions, market research, picture researcher. As you can see, there are many options because of the skill set that we equip you with. There you have it. I trust you found all the information you were looking for. If you still have any questions or would just like to chat, please contact us at any of the email addresses provided on the website, or you can liaise with Professor Beth directly. We are looking forward to seeing you next year and becoming part of the beautiful world of stories, books, authors, and content. Thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Professor Hein Venter, and I'm the Head of Department of Computer Science at the University of Pretoria. I want to specially welcome all prospective students at this presentation. I hope that you will choose the University of Pretoria as your host for your studies for the next number of years. A hearty welcome to all of you. We are currently living in challenging times, but as soon as we can welcome students back on campus to its full complement, I just want to show you where you can physically find us. The Department of Computer Science is situated in the Information Technology building, specifically on the 4th floor. The building is situated right next to the Ring Road, which is the road that goes around the entire Hatfield campus. If you look at the Hatfield campus map, the IT building is building number 46 as indicated in the red oval. The closest entrance to the IT building is the main entrance on the corner of Linwood Road and Roper Street. Unfortunately, parking is extremely limited on campus, and it is advisable not to use your car to come to the campus. However, if you do not have another choice, there is a parking garage which is at building number 31 in the Blue Complex, where you can park during the day. We offer 2 degrees in computer science. First, our flagship degree is called BSc Computer Science. The degree emphasizes the understanding of computer science fundamentals. This degree offers a wide variety of computer science and mathematics courses, for example, programming, graphics, security, just to name a few. With this degree, you will learn how a computer works inside out, and you will understand some of the engineering and inner workings of the hardware, software, and various operating systems. This degree is internationally recognized at many universities around the world. Every year, the industry comes to the computer science department first to reap up all the students with job offers before inquiring at other universities in the country. The BSc Information and Knowledge Systems degree offers a selection of IT environments where a student has to choose one of them in order to develop systems applied within a particular discipline. These disciplines involve data science, genetics, geographical information science, IT and enterprises, even IT in law and IT in music, as well as software development. Both degrees are equally sought after by industry. The main difference is that BSc Computer Science has a more generic offering, where the BSc IKS degree is more focused towards a certain discipline in the field. My advice to you, if you have to choose between the two, and you are not sure yet, is as follows. Because BSc Computer Science is more generic than BSc IKS, you potentially have a wider range of job opportunities in BSc Computer Science. BSc IKS, on the other hand, focuses more on a specific discipline, as I mentioned, and therefore you might be a little limited to your career perspective. However, if you are very sure about your career interest, BSc IKS might be your preferred choice. Otherwise, BSc Computer Science should be your preferred choice if you want to possibly go and explore a wider career perspective. So why do you need to join us? If you do not know the entrance requirements for these degrees, the following slide will inform you. First of all, you need a national senior certificate with a degree admission that complies with the NSC minimum requirements. You also need a minimum APS score of 30. You need English and Afrikaans at level 5, mathematics at level 5, and life orientation at level 4. So what awaits you? I also want to share with you a little beyond our undergraduate studies in terms of the research groups that we offer. First of all, we have a strong research group dealing with artificial intelligence. Professor Nilisha Pillay leads the group and deals with topics like nature-inspired artificial intelligence. Secondly, the Digital Forensic Science Research Group deals with cyber forensics and cybersecurity topics. I'm the research group leader, and we are dealing with very interesting topics such as computer forensics, cloud forensics, mobile forensics, and network security. Thirdly, we have software engineering led by Professor Stefan Gruner. Then we have formal methods led by Dr. Nils Tim. And the next research group is computer science education that is led by Dr. Linda Marshall. Finally, the big data science research group is led by Dr. Vukosi Marivati. These research groups form the essence of the research conducted in the department. And once you may decide to continue with your postgraduate study degrees, like BSc Honours, MSc and PhD degrees in computer science, you will engage much closer with these research groups. That concludes my short presentation, and we hope that you will choose one of our degrees here at the University of Pretoria. We are looking forward to meeting you in the near future. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. To everybody who just joined us, welcome for the first time. Wow, thank you to all the presenters in the School of IT. Yeah, you guys missed a lot, but we're so glad you made a wise choice to join us in any way. A bit cold, we see. We just learned about the world of information technology, and we are stunned.
Thank you, Esti. Don't worry, not all prizes are won yet. Grade 12, so you need to listen carefully. There are 5 prizes worth 5,000 Rand
5,000 each,
which is the registration fee of UP. The more you participate in answering questions and posting pictures, the better your chances. The conditions are that you enroll with EBIT at the University of Pretoria.
EBIT?
Oh yes, Esti. And that you adhere to the admission requirements. The money will be paid into your student account and will not be paid cash. The winners of the 5 prizes will be contacted during the next week. Remember, the closing date for application is 30 September. Don't wait until then. Apply now.
So do we have any social post people who want to talk to us, Emily?
I think we do.
Yes, we do.
Leboga again.
Ke a leboga.
We acknowledge you, ke a leboga.
Well done, well done. Again.
Oh, again. We take note, ke a leboga. Thank you so much. But
Goodie bag is on your way.
This is the kind of pictures, please.
Ah.
We want to see you watching the session.
Yes. And Mpumi.
Mpumi.
Now you look a bit depressed. I think you need some EBIT inspirational coffee or something. You must join us. Thank you so much. 40 goodie bags will be sent to the lucky winners. And what do you need to do? Just talk to us, communicate with us, post as many photos, you watching the presentation.
Yes.
EBIT Open Day, #EBIT rocks.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Faculty of Engineering, Built Environment and Information Technology, in short EBIT, is honored to host you today and to share with you what we are passionate about. You are our passion. We care about the world, the resources, safe environments, and how to make the world a better place for all. During the next 2 hours, you will be drawn into the world of our engineers who are passionate about improving the quality of lives for all.
Hello. I'm really excited that you are spending some time to think about your future in terms of studying. I mean, if you don't think about it, who will? My name is Johan Hubert, and I'm a professor here at the Department of Industrial and Systems Engineering, and I've been around for a while. So depending on what your expectations are, if you think I'm going to convince you that industrial engineering is the best discipline, I'm going to disappoint you. Because I don't think anybody should be that ignorant and even that arrogant to say that one discipline or one choice is better than another one. My goal with this presentation is to give you a little bit of a glimpse of what industrial engineering is, and then it's up to you to make that choice in terms of, does this make you tick? Is this the right discipline for you? Not whether it's better than another one, but whether it's the right one for you. Now, how would you know whether this makes you tick or not? Well, put yourself in the following situation. Maybe you can relate. Some of you definitely will. You just woke up. You're on your way to the kitchen, ready for that cup of coffee, that first one in the morning. But there's a catch. You see, today, you have to do it in one fewer move than what you did yesterday. Because your life is about always getting things a little bit easier, a little bit quicker, a little bit more efficient. So yesterday's 12 moves for a cup of coffee must come down to 11 moves. So as you enter the kitchen, you open the fridge, get the milk under the arm, reach for the cup on this side and switch on the kettle. It's all about getting it quicker, one less move. Can you relate? Or driving to your friend, if I go this way around the block as opposed to that way, can I shave off a few seconds from my trip? Everything you do and the way that you operate is about making things more efficient. If you can relate, great. Spare me a few minutes of your time, and I'm going to try and tell you a story about what industrial engineering is. I could have picked a lot of different stories. The one that I want to focus on is about the story of the car. And it's not to say this is industrial engineering, but to give you a bit of an explanation of where industrial engineering fits into the grander scheme of things. It's not about which discipline is the better one. It's about where each one of them actually fit into the larger puzzle. So where do you think the story of the car actually started? A few years? A few decades? Well, it turns out that in 1672, well, it helps if your dad was the Chinese emperor, granted. In 1672, the Chinese emperor went to his inventors, all the smartest people in his kingdom, and he said, I want the coolest toy for my kid. And lo and behold, they came up with the first steam-powered go-kart for all practical purposes. And that's where the story of the car actually started. Now, there's been quite a number of years where nothing much happened in the story of the car, until a very important document was published in 1776 called The Wealth of Nations, which actually triggered, to a great extent, the whole Industrial Revolution in terms of this explosion of growth in our different industries. And it plays a pivotal role in the story of the car. So hold on, we'll get there. Now, it was in 1859 that the first commercial internal combustion engine, the same technology pretty much we use in a lot of our cars today, and the lead acid battery came onto the market. Now, if we pause here and we think about the journey so far, we have to give the mechanical engineers and the inventors of the day the credit for coming up with this device, this artifact, this thing called the car, in terms of wheels and a frame and a way to power it so that you don't have to do all the running and the walking yourself. So let's give the mechanical engineers the credit there, because they understand the process of power generation and, more importantly, power transfer from some powertrain or the engine to the wheels to make it turn. Now, the mechanical engineer builds a frame and they build the wheels and they do a whole bunch of cool stuff, but they don't go and get the steel and the material themselves. They ask metallurgical engineers. You see, because metallurgical engineers understand the process of blending different materials or metals into what we call alloys or metal blends, because you need different material types for different parts of the car. You want the frame sturdy, but certain areas that might be in an accident, you want to be able to crumble and actually absorb a lot of the energy so that hopefully you won't die. And then the metal in the engine itself is a very different alloy. It must be able to withstand a lot of temperature and at the same time not warp. So every different type of metal, the metallurgical engineers understand, let's call it the chemistry of metal. But they don't dig in the ground themselves to find it. They send the mining engineer. And they understand, the mining engineers understand the process of where do we build a mine? What type of shafts are we going to sink? How do we operate this entire mine, this entire business called the mining, so that we can get the ore out as efficiently as possible so that the metallurgical engineer can do their magic and blend their metals and give it to the mechanical engineer who will build a car en die groen gras groei daarom. Right, so there's this whole chain of events that actually happen along the way. And you have to give the chemical engineer the credit for being able to design fuel of different types and oils of different types that can make this engine and this car run pretty well. They want to know, how do we get the most bang for our buck when we put a gallon of fuel into our cars? And they understand the chemistry, but the chemical engineers, again, don't go and get the coal or the gas or the oil out of the ground themselves. They send the mining engineers again. So who do we have? We have the mechanical engineer, the metallurgical engineer, the mining engineer, the chemical engineer. All right, so we've got a couple of them. And then along the road, we actually started building roads. And very often we associate civil engineers with the process of building roads and building bridges and all the infrastructure that we need so that we can drive around with our cars. And then at some point, there were so many of these vehicles on the roads that they started running into one another. And they came up with a way to control the traffic and the traffic flow. And they came up with traffic signals, or what we like to call robots in South Africa. I'm not sure whether you've noticed recently when you were traveling that there isn't a little power plant next to every intersection where there's a traffic signal. Guess why? Power plants are pretty dirty bits of industry. And the electrical engineer understand the process that we generate power in one area and that we actually have power distribution so that we can get the electricity where we want, so that when you flick a switch, there's electricity, or that we can power our traffic signals. So we've got the electrical engineer. And I mean, you can just look into any car right now and understand where the computer engineer and the electronic engineer actually fits in. So we've got all these engineering disciplines. And by the way, if you think the electrical vehicles that we're looking at today are new, 1888, we've already seen the Vlokken Elektrowagen. So electrical vehicles have been around for quite a bit of time. It's taken us some time to refine them a little bit more. So we've got all the engineering disciplines in this entire story. Disc brakes came about in 1889 approximately. Now, what is pretty interesting is that a brake is actually a chemical process, not a mechanical process. You see, the material, metallurgical engineer, the material of your little disc blocks, when it hits the brake pad, melting of the material actually occurs, and it's the viscosity that makes your vehicle brake. It's not so much the mechanical pressure. So we've got chemistry and we've got the material throughout the entire story of the car. A very important part in this particular story is in 1908 when we saw the well-known Model T Ford entering the market, and we'll get back to the Model T Ford. The well-known 1938 Volkswagen Beetle came about a couple of years later. The automatic transmission as we know it came in 1940, and this entire story is still continuing. As recent as 2015, we've actually seen the whole Volkswagen diesel drama, where cars became so smart that they realized when are they being tested for emissions and fuel consumptions and things like that. So the story is ongoing. We've got the mechanical engineer, we've got the metallurgical engineer, we've got the mining engineer, the chemical engineer, the electrical engineer, the electronic engineer, the computer engineer, the civil engineer. We've got them all. You see, the story of the car is incomplete if you leave any one of them out. Did we leave one out? Well, where does the industrial engineer fit in to this entire story? What was Henry Ford known for? The production line. The ability to look at the car and actually say, this is interesting, this is a nice thing, but I don't want the car to just be owned by the rich and the famous as a toy to show off. I want to take a step back, and I want the car to become so cheap and so accessible that anybody can afford one. Remember standing in front of the kitchen cupboard trying to reduce the number of moves for a cup of coffee? Henry Ford was an industrial engineer. He looked at the process and said, I don't just want this to be a product. I want to build an entire industry around the car. And that's where the name industrial engineer comes from. While we're on the story of the car, he went about going on improving the process of manufacturing the car, where every worker focused on one small task. Remember that document that triggered the Industrial Revolution, The Wealth of Nations? That triggered him to think about how do we break down every task of building a car, smaller and smaller, so that every worker focus on one particular thing. And in the process, when we put this on an assembly line, which is what Henry Ford is most prominently known for, if we build an assembly line of cars, we can make the car cheap. We can make so many of them and make it affordable so that anybody can actually afford a car. So you're welcome to watch that video in terms of the early days of the car, and just keep in the back of your mind that the industrial engineering discipline played a big role in terms of not just looking at the product, but actually building an entire industry around it. Now, here's a map of South Africa. Let's bring it a little bit closer to home. I don't know what your parents drive, maybe a Toyota, maybe a Volkswagen, but let's take a Toyota, a fairly common brand in South Africa. Do you drive down to Durban every time you want your car serviced? Likely not. But that's where Toyotas, at least certain models, are manufactured in South Africa. And that again is where industrial engineering plays a role. You want to be able to take your Toyota to the closest service center, which is likely a Toyota dealership, especially if it's a newer vehicle, and you want to be able to pick it up at the end of the day, serviced, with all the right parts available. Now, when you pull in the car at a Toyota service center, they don't say, we're going to need 4 spark plugs, and it seems we're going to need a few liters of oil. Let's go and knock on the door of the mine or the manufacturing company to please produce a certain number of spark plugs for us. This idea that inventory must be available at the right place at the right time is at the heart of industrial engineering. We call it logistics. When you walk into a Checkers or a ShopRite or your local Woolworths and you want a jug of milk, it has to be there at a good price and fresh. But you don't hear the cows being milked at the back of the store. And that inventory process is what we deal with a lot in industrial engineering, to make sure that where we produce the goods, it's not necessarily the same place as where the goods are being consumed, is what is this network? We call it a supply chain. And how do we bring this entire network together so that we have the goods at the right price, at the right time, where people actually want them? Now, here's a picture of some of the research that we've been doing in our department at the University of Pretoria. If you look at this picture, it really gives you the feeling of a nerve system, of the blood vessels in a body. And what you're looking at is all of the movement of trucks over a 24-hour period on our South African roads, visualized in a way where we tell a story with the data to say logistics and the supply chains are the nerve system of an economy. We have to make sure that is how we get the goods to people and make the wheels of the economy turn. Here's another picture of different view, but again, a fairly macro scale. You're looking at the city of Cape Town. If you look at the clock, it is just after 4 o'clock in the morning, and every dot represents an individual. And the color of the dot tells you what that individual is currently busy with. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the majority of people are at home. Now, if I start the clock and we look at this city, you'll see that it actually starts becoming alive. You'll see a lot of sparks of brown dots. Those brown dots are commercial vehicles or trucks where they do their pickups and deliveries. As we head towards 6 o'clock in the morning, you'll see that there's a lot more work activities as the early risers start their journey to work. Round about 7-ish, you'll see a lot more green as children arrive at school. And we can create an entire picture of a city and how they move and how they participate. And you might say, all right, this is cool. I've seen computer games like this called Sim City, and this is basically a virtual city. And the reason why we build these type of models or imitations of reality is that, like the story of the car, we would like to plan for the mobility of our citizens a lot better. If we change, let's say, a bus route, or we add another bus, who will get the benefit of that bus? And how much will it cost us to actually implement that change? And who will pay for that benefit? And these are really tough questions that both industry and government needs to ask all of the time. But the decisions that industry and government needs to make are messy. They are ill-defined. They are really hard decisions that they have to make on a day-to-day basis. And that's what industrial engineers do, is we help government and industry make decisions amidst uncertainty, ill-defined problems, a lot of vagueness. We have a saying in industrial engineering that says, we balance man, money, and machine. You are an engineer. There's a lot of machinery. You'll deal with inventory, you'll deal with supply chains, with manufacturing, with mining, with models and computers. There's a lot of machine. You're still an engineer. But we also look at money. Some of the other disciplines like calling us BCom engineers or business engineers. And while they might mean bad, I think it's a huge compliment, because you can have a wonderful object like a car, but if you're unable to take a step back and say, but how do I make this from a business point of view sustainable? You're losing the plot. Then nobody will care how cool your product is. It is about whether you can actually remain financially sustainable as well. Right, so we have to look at the money, because somebody needs to pay for these products. Somebody needs to run these companies and make sure that we can pay the people, the man. Because even if you have a good product that is well manufactured and that is financially sustainable, at some point you're going to give it to a person to operate. And then things can go boink. Because as soon as you put people into the mix, be it the production process or the use of your product, things get a little bit more messy and a lot less predictable. So as soon as you add man, it becomes interesting. So we're also called soft engineers, because probably from all the engineering disciplines, we are the least typical engineers. We focus a lot on man, and you will actually see that when you look at the curriculum of industrial and systems engineering. Here is another little example. In the Cape Town example that I just showed you, we looked at the city as a whole. Here we built a model that's a lot more, let's call it micro in nature. At the W is actually the entrance to the Kusile power plant in Mpumalanga. And the goal with this particular study was to see, but how many of these weigh bridges, that's what the W stands for, how many of these weigh bridges do we actually need to put in? Because each one of these weigh bridges that weighs the trucks as they come in and go out is roughly about 2 million, 2.5 million rand. So we can't have too many because then we're wasting money. We can't have too few because then it becomes a bottleneck and we cannot run our process all that efficiently. Now there's a man side to this. The company didn't play nice with their friends, their neighbors next door. So they're not allowed to bring coal into the power plant by means of a conveyor, which would have been the easy way and the cheapest way by just moving it over the fence from the one area to the other area via conveyor. So now they have to bring it in by truck. And to give you an idea, you need about 1,600, 1,700 trucks per day of coal to run a power plant. And that's not even building up enough inventory over time. So if you have 1,700 trucks coming into your site every day, and everyone needs to be weighed as they come in and move out again. The problem is that if one of your weigh bridges break down, you can end up with a situation where you have a queue of trucks as far as 40 kilometers onto the highway. Not a smart idea. So the purpose of this, what we call a simulation model, was an imitation of reality where we tried to, in a safe environment, decide how many weigh bridges do we need on the incoming side, on the outgoing side, to make sure that the flow of the trucks are optimal within the site. Very different type of application. Again, a mix of the business side, the mining side in terms of the context, but also the logistics. And that is what you will very often find in industrial engineering. It's this blend of different engineering and other disciplines. Sometimes you will interact more with financial people or with labor and law. So I hope that gives you a little bit of a glimpse in terms of industrial engineering. It is said to be one of the open careers in our current environment. And with that, I guess what they imply is that you can move into very many different directions. If you want to be more in a corporate environment, like a banking and financial environment, you can end up there. What will an industrial engineer do at a bank? Well, it turns out that if you bank with ABSA and you've got your credit card and you walk into a store, you don't have to worry who the store banks with. You can just swipe your card and the transaction is handled securely until it hits your account. And trust me, it will hit your account. You won't get away with that transaction. And those processes where banks settle with one another are similar processes than what we find in manufacturing, than what we find in mining. They are business processes, and you will find a lot of industrial engineers even in there. So I hope I've been able to give you a little bit of an overview in terms of the very many faces of industrial engineering. So in the next minute or two, let me just quickly talk about what you will experience over 4 years of your industrial engineering curriculum as a student. So the first year will be majority general engineering. That'll be your electrics and electronics, material science, mechanics. And this is important because you're still an engineer and you need to be able to converse and talk with all these other engineering disciplines. You'll do quite a lot of maths, your basic sciences and chemistry, but you will be introduced to social sciences. Remember the man in the man-money machine balance? You'll also learn to communicate properly, in this particular case, using graphics. And there's some workshop practice. In your second year, you will still do a lot of general engineering, dynamics, some more mathematics, and it'll be your first glimpse in your second year of productivity and professional and technical communication where you will be introduced to industrial engineering. You will also do some programming and a community-based project. Now, it's in your third year where things really get interesting and you start getting into the thick of things about industrial engineering. The simulation, the operations management, the industrial analysis. How do you play with numbers so that you can tell a compelling business story? A lot of the modules in your third year will focus on that. And you will see that you will be exposed to law, business law in this particular case specifically, and also the financial management. That's the money side of the man-money-machine balance. But you're still an engineer. And in your fourth year, you'll have your capstone, what we call the industrial engineering project. You will be able to get some more technical content in terms of industrial engineering modules. And then there's this capstone project where you get to choose of all these little subdisciplines of industrial engineering, how can you actually zoom into one of them and really get your hands dirty and apply it to a real case? So with that, I hope I've given you a slight overview and made some of you at least excited. If you're not excited, seriously consider this, because it may not be the best discipline for you. And our goal is that we give you enough information so that you can find what makes you tick. And good luck. It is really amazing. Again, compliments for spending the time to think about your future. Hope we see you at the University of Pretoria.
Hello everybody, welcome to this presentation on mechanical and aeronautical engineering at the University of Pretoria. I'm a staff member in the Department of Mechanical and Aeronautical Engineering, and I'm very happy that you could join me. We hope that this brief overview will supply you with some useful information about mechanical engineering and the degree options we offer. Our facilities, including our laboratories and workshops, are located on the Hatfield campus. We are currently the largest department of its kind in the country that offer an engineering degree in mechanical engineering. And at present, we have approximately 1,900 students, which includes both undergraduate and postgraduate students. We maintain high standards and enjoy international recognition in terms of teaching and research. This is evident from the active student exchange programs which we have with some of the top mechanical engineering schools internationally, including the likes of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in the USA. Our undergraduate degree is also fully accredited by the Engineering Council of South Africa. Therefore, as a result of the International Washington Accord, our degree is recognized in several countries, including the United Kingdom, Ireland, Canada, the United States of America, New Zealand, Australia, Hong Kong, Japan, Germany, China, etc. So what is mechanical engineering? In short, it is the application of mathematics and science to design, develop, manufacture and maintain mechanical equipment and systems. Thus, it forms the backbone of an industrialized society and has significant impact on most sectors of the economy, ranging from, but not limited to, factories, transport systems, power generation, clinical equipment, mining, construction, space exploration, and beyond. You might wonder what is included in mechanical equipment and systems. I will attempt to explain this by describing what we cover in the undergraduate curriculum. Let's have a look at some of the disciplines in mechanical engineering. Besides the fundamental courses in university mathematics, physics, chemistry, material science, etc., and other non-technical related modules, the core curriculum in mechanical engineering is centered around the following disciplines: structural mechanics, thermodynamics, fluid mechanics, dynamics and control, and design. In the slides that follow, I will briefly introduce you to these, which will assist you to better understand the scope of mechanical engineering. We will start with structural mechanics. Structural mechanics deals with the analysis of the influence of forces on structures and includes the deformation and failure of mechanical structures. It covers both dynamic, referring to moving or accelerating components, as well as static components and systems. On the screen are examples of some applications which involve structural mechanics. In the one figure at the top, an image of a motor vehicle body is shown. However, it is evident that the body shape is not what we would expect it. What is shown is how this particular structure might deform or change shape due to some imposed force. All around us, there are hundreds of examples of forces exerted onto components. Some components are designed to be strong enough to withstand a certain specified force without breaking, including, for instance, a chair or a pen with which we write onto paper. Under normal conditions, these components are not expected or supposed to break. Other components, however, are expected to break or deform. These include, for instance, the seal on a plastic cap of a water bottle when it is opened, or, as is shown in the image, where some components in a motor vehicle deform or bend when it is in a collision. In the latter example, the deformation process absorbs kinetic energy and is designed to help protect the vehicle occupants against severe injury. We calculate material stresses and deformation by using mathematics, the equations of motion, and knowledge of material properties. These equations, whether linear or non-linear, can for instance be solved by using computer-based finite element methods, or FEM. You might have noticed the mesh structure indicated on the block elements in the image on the screen. By applying the relevant mathematical equations onto each element and solving them, we can check if a component will behave in the expected way. If not, we can either alter the geometry or the material selection. These equations can be applied to any component onto which forces are exerted, as is shown in the other images, which represent other components inside a vehicle. However, the type of system which can be analyzed is endless and not limited to motor vehicles. The mechanical engineer plays a vital role in all of these analyses. Let us now consider the discipline of thermodynamics and heat transfer. In short, thermodynamics is the study of energy, heat, and work. It also deals with the conversion of energy from one form, such as thermal, to another, such as heat, steam, motion, and electricity. Similar to structural mechanics, thermodynamics is important in a very long list of applications. A few examples are presented via images on the screen. Possibly the easiest recognized example of thermodynamics is in devices such as heat engines. One such device is depicted in the bottom left-hand image. Heat engines adhere to the laws of thermodynamics to convert heat energy into motion energy. By the way, this is the origin of the term thermodynamics. Thermo refers to heat energy, and dynamics refers to motion. In the image, a piston-type internal combustion engine is represented, as are found in most vehicles. Its mechanism is designed to enable the production of rotational shaft motion from heat to serve an almost infinite number of applications. Large heat engines include power plants for electricity production. These are also driven by thermal energy, obtained from, for instance, fossil fuel, nuclear power, or renewable concentrated solar power. The opposite can also occur. We might want to convert rotational motion into negative heat transfer to produce a cooling effect, such as are found in refrigeration systems and air conditioning systems. Cooling is vital to a wide range of applications, including the thermal management of electronic components, as is depicted in the upper left-hand image. In this case, heat is produced by the electronic components and have to be removed by a cooling fluid via convection. The color in the image represents the temperature and were obtained mathematically by applying the principles of thermodynamics, momentum, and mass conservation. Heat transfer is important from small components, such as in electronics, to very large components, such as the industrial heat exchanger shown in the third image. The mechanical engineer is important in all of these applications. Next, let us consider fluid mechanics. Fluid mechanics is applied whenever behavior of a fluid is of engineering interest. Fluids include both gases and liquids and are common in many mechanical engineering systems. In most heat transfer systems, like those on the previous slide, fluid mechanics are important because it is used to describe the pressure and velocity in two-dimensional or three-dimensional space, which are needed to understand fluid behavior. However, fluid mechanics has many other applications, including flow over aircraft wings, vehicle aerodynamics, vehicle engine flow processes such as air intake and exhaust, building ventilation, flow boiling inside pipes, etc. Consider the left-hand figure of a ship showing the interaction between its geometry and the surrounding air. The streamlines indicate the path of the air molecules as it flows in the vicinity of the ship. The colors represent the air velocity. Red indicates high velocity, while blue indicates low velocity. Depending on the flow paths and velocity, different pressure conditions can exist, which will result in exerted forces that will influence, amongst others, ship stability and drag. Likewise, water molecules below the water surface will also interact with the ship geometry. By applying mathematical equations, we can predict both the flow paths and velocity and pressure values. Besides having external flow around an object, as with the ship, internal flow within an object or passage is also important and have many applications, from water distribution systems to biomedical equipment. In the second image, photographs of fluid changing phase from vapor to liquid within a circular tube can be seen. Each picture indicates the interaction between the vapor and the liquid at different flow characteristics. By understanding these flow patterns, important quantities such as heat transfer ability and pressure loss can be determined. It would be the role of the mechanical engineer to examine, model, predict and interpret fluid behavior where it's of engineering importance. Our next discipline is dynamics and control, and similar to the previous disciplines, has a wide application. Typically, dynamics deals with the motion of systems or structures under the influence of loads or forces, similar to what we discussed previously. However, now the focus is on the implementation of control algorithms to get a system to respond in accordance with what is desired. The images on the screen all relate to automotive applications, but the application of control systems is much wider. You might have attempted to balance a broom on your fingertip before. If your eye notices the broom leaning to the one side, your hand is supposed to react to maintain the broom in the upright position without falling over. Over time, you might have become better in the balancing act because your brain is able to learn from past mistakes. In mechanical systems, we also need to control several systems in a particular way. But the control algorithm must be pre-programmed in advance with a good understanding of the physics of importance to predict how the system might want to behave. For instance, when a rocket is sent to outer space. This requires mathematical manipulation of complicated equations and is integrated into the control strategy. Returning to the automotive examples on the screen, dynamics and control is of use in autonomous vehicles or to assist a human driver to better control a vehicle, such as with the use of integrated automatic braking systems. Such systems perform on their own, without direct involvement of humans. However, the mechanical engineer is needed to understand the behavior of the system beforehand in order to correctly specify the control algorithm for the relevant control actuators. Our last discipline is design. This is where mechanical engineers integrate some or all of the previous mentioned disciplines into new products, machines, systems, and solutions. The images on the screen all relate to the mining industry. but new and improved mechanical systems are continuously needed across all industries. The animation on the left indicates the concept design of a chute to transfer ore particles from one conveyor belt to another. Discrete element modeling, or DEM, was applied to predict the velocities of these particles. In this case, red indicates low velocity, while blue indicates high velocity. Based on the velocity profiles, an improved chute layout can be developed. The two images on the right are computer-aided design or CAD representations. Respectively, these are for a temporary roof support system and a transport cassette for underground applications. In CAD models, the emphasis is often on the layout of hundreds of components within a system to ensure that they fit together, and also to produce the manufacturing drawings needed for the production of these components. Design is an exciting activity and relies on both mathematical skills as well as practical knowledge. Even though the design process is very rewarding to an engineer, it is, however, a relatively challenging activity which may require innovation. Here is a brief summary of the 5 main disciplines in mechanical engineering. They are structural mechanics, thermodynamics, fluid mechanics, dynamics and control, and design. Besides this classical core, the Department of Mechanical and Aeronautical Engineering also offers a number of specializations, which are typically initiated in the final year of the undergraduate study. They are presented as elective modules and include, but are not limited to, aeronautical engineering, automotive engineering, nuclear engineering science, and mechatronics. It is important to note that all of these options will still result in a degree in mechanical engineering, and it will not influence the name of the degree. The elective modules are merely there to allow our students to start their possible specializations early. For instance, students that choose the aeronautical engineering elective will in their final year of study take the aeronautics elective module and do both their final year design as well as their final year research project in aeronautics. If they fulfill all the degree requirements, they will still be issued with a degree in mechanical engineering and not in aeronautical engineering. We have opted to follow this route to enable our graduates to apply for employment in a wide range of industries and not necessarily limit them early to a single industry. Let us now briefly consider some of these specialization options. We will start with aeronautical engineering. In essence, an aeronautical engineer deals with aircraft design and manufacturing and related aeronautical products and systems. Of importance are aeronautical forces, aircraft configuration, stability, and performance. It is important to note that the main aircraft systems are all mechanical in nature. As such, an aircraft can actually be seen as a special type of mechanical system that is designed to fly. Fluid mechanics, or dynamics, as discussed earlier, is now typically referred to as aerodynamics because the fluid of interest is air. A simplified force diagram is shown on the bottom left of the screen. It indicates the lift, weight, thrust, and drag forces on an aircraft. The lift and drag forces originate from the aerodynamics, while the thrust force originates from the propulsion system, which typically is based in thermodynamics. Computer modeling can be used to predict the aeronautical forces, as are shown in the upper right-hand figure. Again, the streamlines and relative velocities are represented. In the end, the purpose is to develop an actual aircraft, as is shown in the lower right-hand image. In this image, a novel aircraft design is being tested. And you might note that this aircraft has no tail. Our students take part in an annual flight competition where they compete against students from other universities. Next, we will consider automotive engineering. In automotive engineering, basic mechanical engineering principles are applied to the design in order to improve road surface vehicles such as cars, trucks, motorcycles and scooters. Of special interest is combustion in internal combustion engines, powertrain design, chassis design, and control algorithm development and implementation. Again, it could be noted that a vehicle is also a special type of a mechanical system. On the screen are some images of interest. Our students take part in an annual Baja competition where teams from several tertiary institutions, both locally and internationally, have to design and build a full-scale Baja vehicle and race against each other. The next specialization option is nuclear engineering science. In nuclear engineering science, we consider the mechanical aspects of a nuclear power plant. Such plants are similar to coal-fired power plants, but instead of heat production from fossil fuel, nuclear fuel is used. The power production principle is also grounded in thermodynamics, but due to the heightened sensitivity to safety, stringent precautions are required, and the relevant mechanical system designs are adapted. On the screen is an image of a representation of a nuclear fuel element assembly, which is vital in the control of the rate of the nuclear reaction. And on the other side is a schematic given of the reactor vessel within a containment structure. The animation represents the thermodynamic cycle of water that is used to drive a steam turbine which powers the generator to produce electricity. The recently founded nuclear safety seat is hosted in our department. The last specialization which I will mention now is mechatronics. Mechatronics is the combination of mechanical engineering, electronic engineering, computer engineering, control engineering, and system design engineering in order to design and manufacture useful products. Some applications include highly technological manufacturing, robots in the mining industry, usage in automotive, aerospace, and medical industries, etc. The integration between different engineering disciplines are represented by the image. It is important to note that in the case, for instance, of robotics, the actual robot is a mechanical system, as is indicated in the other images. Therefore, the involvement of a mechanical engineer is required within a multidisciplinary team of other types of engineers. It is important to note that we offer this only as a specialization. Mechatronics is a relatively small field, and as such, we would rather offer our graduates a wider perspective of mechanical systems. Because several engineers are needed in mechatronics, you will have to work with other engineers, and you will not have enough time to study all of the aspects of mechatronics within an undergraduate degree. Here is a summary again of the disciplines and some specializations in mechanical engineering. Based on the preceding discussions, it might therefore be clear that there is a wide range of mechanical engineering components and systems of importance to our society. The next important question is, where can mechanical engineers expect to work? Because mechanical engineering systems are so prevalent in several industries, almost all sectors of the economy require mechanical engineering. This includes, but are not limited to, industries such as chemical, mining, manufacturing, process, vehicle or aircraft manufacturing, defense, aeronautics, and even corporate. As an example, typically, more often than not, there are more or equal number of mechanical engineers in the chemical industry than there are chemical engineers. And similarly, in, for instance, the mining industry. Some important career options will now be listed. There are opportunities for employment in the private industry, with several companies listed for illustrative purposes. Government services and corporations. Again, a relatively long list of entities are of interest. In the consulting engineering field, And once again, several companies that serve a wide range of industries are of interest. Also, in the tertiary educational field and research, such as at universities and scientific councils, and even as an entrepreneur in your own engineering company. What about Industry 4.0? Is there scope for mechanical engineering in the technologies of the future? The answer is a definite yes. From the first industrial revolution to the current fourth industrial revolution, actual physical, technical systems are required. Most, if not all of those, were or are either partially or fully reliant on mechanical engineering principles. Whether it is a machine or a robot, or whether it is for the thermal management of the data processing centers that drive our information technology era. In the future, we can expect the combination of autonomous robots, big data, the cloud, and additive manufacturing. This will result in benefits such as increased knowledge sharing amongst machines, production efficiency improvements, production flexibility, and reduced costs. The list of examples are long, and in all of them, mechanical engineering is needed. In summary, mechanical engineering at the University of Pretoria offers you the opportunity, through analytical and creative thinking, to contribute towards the creation of a competitive industry and an improved environment to enhance the quality of life for the larger community. Our dedicated and highly qualified staff are well positioned to help you on this pathway, and we hope that you will choose UP. For more information on the Department of Mechanical and Aeronautical Engineering, please visit our departmental website at me.up.ac.za. Thank you for joining us in this presentation.
Good day, everyone. I am Prof. Rolf Morstedt, and I'm going to introduce you to our department and the career of metallurgical engineering, which we believe is very exciting. So metallurgical engineers are magicians, and this video is going to demonstrate that. Let me show you why I say that. In this video, you'll see this metallurgist taking the coiled spring and then deforming and bending the spring severely. So after he's done that, you can't recognize the original shape anymore. So now he's going to take that deformed piece of wire and he's going to heat it with a lighter up to about a temperature of 75 degrees C. You'll see that happening now. So first he takes it to a pair of pliers, and now comes the lighter, and this is where the magic happens. Watch closely. So as if by magic, this piece of wire now jumps back to its original shape. Can you do that at home? I don't think so. So the reason for it is that this wire is made of a very special type of alloy. It's called nitinol. And the nitinol comes from two elements which are the main constituents of the wire. Nickel, which is a Ni, and Ti, the Ti stands for titanium, another metal. And it was developed in the Naval Ordnance Labs in America quite some time ago. So this so-called shape memory alloy is used in a number of advanced aerospace applications. So imagine an umbrella-shaped antenna attached to a space shuttle. So that antenna will be too large for the launch. What happens now is they form the antenna from this nitinol alloy and then crush it into a small ball. So now it's able to be sent into space because it's small and convenient. And once it heats up to the correct temperature, the ball of nitinol then deploys into this umbrella-shaped antenna. The reason for the shape change in nitinol is due to the change in the arrangement of the atoms as the temperature changes. So metallurgical engineers deal with minerals and materials at the atomic level and use what is happening there at the atomic level to influence the bigger equipment, the bigger picture, like the space shuttle. And this is why we believe that this field is so interesting, going right from the atomic level up to the massive structures like a space shuttle. So in the world of work, where do metallurgical engineers fit in? The scientists that explore the crust of the Earth and will locate the valuable minerals are called the geologists, and they are at the left of the slides. So this life cycle that we refer to as the minerals life cycle starts with the geologist, and he then points to where the ores are in the crust of the Earth. That doesn't help us a lot. We need to get it out, and this is where the mining engineers come in, and they bring the mineral deposits, which are often very valuable, diamonds or gold, and they bring it to the surface of the Earth. And this is where the metallurgical engineer has to take over. The metallurgical engineer then needs to convert these raw minerals, which look like rocks and ore. They need to convert that into the valuable metal or material, like gold or titanium, for instance. And then they need to take it one step further. They need to manufacture specific components, like the blades of this athlete running there, or the space shuttle that you see in the top green spot. The metallurgical engineers need to convert those materials into components or equipment that functions, and it functions well, and it doesn't break. So this life cycle of minerals can be summed up by the slogan, minerals from exploration to utilization. And the first step of this life cycle for the metallurgical engineer is called the minerals processing life cycle. But just a bit of an interesting information that I want to share with you. Did you know that the University of Pretoria's Minerals and Mining Department have just been ranked as among the 50 best in the world? And this is a major achievement, and we're very proud of that. And it means that you'll get top-class education and exposure within our department and faculty. So let us return to that nitinol shape memory alloy. I said that one of the components of the spring is titanium. And the good news is that titanium is a mineral which we have lots of in South Africa. In fact, we have so much of it that you can see it lying on some beaches. So the dark sand shown in this photograph on the left-hand side is in fact not oil pollution as you might think. It is minerals which are rich in titanium. And now we need to get the titanium out of the beach sand. And here we have a magnet which has been put into the beach sand, and you can see that the magnet has attracted the minerals rich component of the beach sand, being called ilmenite, which is very rich in titanium. So this type of process where we beneficiate the mineral, where we start with a mineral that's not so valuable and that we take it to a more valuable, more concentrated mineral, is a part of metallurgical engineering that we refer to as minerals processing. So did you know that Africa has the largest mineral industry in the whole world? So another good reason for you as Africans to consider metallurgical engineering as a possible career. So the metallurgical engineer has a number of tools at his disposal to get the metal from the mineral out into something valuable. One of the tools that he has is that of heat. So using heat, the metallurgical engineer can melt the minerals, he can process it, he can clean it up. And what we have here is the pure metal then being cast into a ladle, a shape. And the reason why we cast it into that is that we need to have the metal, the pure metal solidified so that we can shape it into something useful that can be used by society. Sometimes the minerals are dissolved into fluids as part of the process of getting the mineral, like gold, from the ore. And this field of metallurgical engineering is called hydrometallurgy. And this is a view of a hydrometallurgical plant, and you see the various tanks and units at the back of this slide. Okay, so by now we have extracted the valuable titanium powder from the mineral. Let's look at this video to see how the metallurgical engineer uses his or her magic to turn this titanium powder into a racing car's brake caliper. This brake caliper must resist huge forces and not brake when the Bugatti car suddenly stops. Let's have a look. So here you see the Bugatti accelerating rapidly, and shortly you'll see that it is going to brake very suddenly. And this is where the brake calipers would kick in and stop the car immediately. Just have a look at this. We'll explain this a bit later. This is now a metal 3D printer, a new process that makes the caliper. You'll see these little spots of light there. Those are lasers. And what you see rising up there is the caliper through the powder, the titanium powder that has been created before. And there's a caliper being tested at high pressures to ensure that it can resist the forces. So let's look at the video again. That's the final caliper has been formed. The important point that I want to show here is this new manufacturing method of additive manufacturing. You can follow it by seeing these laser beams moving around in a certain fashion and the sparks flying. So this method is referred to as metal 3D printing, and it is busy changing the world. The process uses lasers, and those are digitally programmed to form intricate components such as this caliper. And before, you couldn't make a component like this. And the metal 3D printing now for the first time makes it possible to form this component. And this component is now stronger and lighter than any similar component made earlier with other technologies. So the metallurgical engineers at the forefront of new technologies taking over the world. By now you may think that metallurgical engineers are magicians and that nothing ever goes wrong when one is around. Unfortunately, that's not always true. Sometimes components like this brake caliper fails, as shown here. Don't worry, however, the metallurgical engineers are here to use forensic analysis and investigations to work out what has happened and to prevent it from happening again. In South Africa, we have the largest 3D metal printer of a certain kind in the world. This is a photograph of a conventional metal 3D printer with a metallurgist standing in front of it. And on the right-hand side, we have a photograph of the Aeroswift metal 3D printer using powder bed laser technology. And it is the largest of that kind in the world. That metal printer is based here right in Pretoria, demonstrating that in South Africa we are at the forefront of this technology. This is a component made in the Aeroswift 3D metal printer, and it is, as you can see, a very intricate component, again very difficult to manufacture in any other way compared to the metal 3D printing technique. And it is a part of an unmanned aerial vehicle. It's in fact the frame of this drone. This is a part that has been produced in Bloemfontein, a very specific implant on the jaw. Now that implant again has to fit that human's jaw very specifically. Couldn't have been made in any other way than this. Again, new technology breaking new ground in South Africa. You might have read about this historic event a year or so ago. A professor from the Faculty of Medicine at Pretoria University, for the first time in history, did a middle ear transplant using a metal 3D printed tiny little bone. Again, something that you couldn't have done in any other way. This slide gives a bit of an overview of our department, which is the best metallurgical department in South Africa. So don't quote me on that, quote the Minerals Education Trust Fund. They have ranked us as #1 in South Africa at the end of 2020 and also at the end of 2019, 2 years in a row. We have had a proud history of nearly 63 years of teaching and learning and researching. And our program is accredited by EXA, making sure that once you graduate and go into the world of work, that you will be able to register as a professional engineer. So this is a list of our industry partners. So you'll see some big multinational companies here like Sasol and Anglo American, but there are also some smaller startups that work with our department. They help us to do research, they fund some of our projects, fund our students in terms of bursaries and stipends, and provide work for our students after they go into practice. So let's look at the future. What will the future hold for metallurgical and materials engineers? In a recent book by a futurologist called Greg Seitel, a statement was made that material science may be the most important technology in the next decade. The reason for this far-reaching statement is that with the rapid development of new technologies, such as the metal 3D printing shown before, that new materials and metals will be needed for them. And therefore, the metallurgical engineer of 2030 will probably work with materials not even developed today. Another interesting fact, did you know that Africa's mineral resources are essential to the world's new digital economy and the transformation that we'll see in future to green energy? Another important future trend will be that of recycling of materials and metals. You don't know this possibly, but your typical smartphone requires 76 elements for its manufacture. In comparison, your body only requires 26 chemical elements. Where do these elements come from? Either from minerals from the Earth's crust or from recycling our devices and equipment. So it stands to reason that in future, the circular economy and the recycling will have to become stronger if we want to continue to develop new and better smart devices. But don't fear, the metallurgical engineer is near. By now, you know that the metallurgical engineer is a magician, so he'll steer society safely through these future hurdles. Do you want to become one? Join us in this fascinating voyage. Thanks very much for your time, and we hope to see you soon.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the University of Pretoria. My name is Dr. Ryan Merkel, and I'm one of the staff members in the Department of Chemical Engineering. On behalf of all of the staff, we want to welcome you to the Department of Chemical Engineering. The department was founded in 1959, and over the last 6 decades, we have grown our expertise and competence in several research areas, namely in advanced and applied materials, bioreaction engineering, bioprocessing engineering, water utilization, environmental engineering, as well as process modeling, control, and optimization. When we say chemical engineering, what do we mean? What is chemical engineering? Chemical engineering is a profession that stems from other disciplines like mechanical engineering, and also the very first documented mention of the word chemical engineering was in 1839 by George Davis, a famous chemical engineer. By the early 1900s, it was already accepted as a unique engineering discipline. The profession arises out of a need for competence in plant design and construction of manufacturing plants, the ability to control and analyze such processes, understanding how matter and energy are transported in such processes, as well as to make sure that these processes run sustainably. The first key knowledge area of chemical engineering is mathematics. Shown here are the famous Navier-Stokes equations, which are not only used by chemical engineers, but also by other disciplines too. We learn to derive and apply these very equations during the undergraduate studies. The second key knowledge area is physical science, which includes chemistry, of course. The third is life sciences, as many important technologies are obtained from life, and we require healthy ecosystems to sustain ourselves as well. Here you can see how forests regulate atmospheric moisture on a global scale, and even though the environmental sustainability is now an important issue more than ever before, economics still drives many of civilization's activities as we know it. Here you can see the hustle and bustle of shipping routes as commodities and other goods are transported across the globe. An interesting fact here is that more than 90% of this activity we see here came to a complete standstill during the 2008 and 2009 financial crisis. It's these four major knowledge areas that make up the engineering sciences that govern the discipline of chemical engineering. This allows us to invent, design, create, construct, operate, and troubleshoot all sorts of processes like the one that is shown here. This is a small nuclear reactor that is used to design industrial-scaled nuclear-driven power plants safely and efficiently. So, what is our role as chemical engineers? What is a chemical engineer? Chemical engineering is a profession like no other. Shown here are the two famous chemical engineers, Fritz Haber on the left and Carl Bosch on the right, who invented the process to fixate nitrogen artificially from the air and from which we generate our fertilizers we use today. But today's chemical engineers are now looking at more environmentally friendly ways to obtain nitrogen for industry. Chemical engineers, of course, are knowledgeable of the principles of the discipline, but more so are skilled in utilizing these tools that they develop while in training at universities such as our own. The handbook you see here summarizes just about all knowledge areas you will learn over the course of your studies and is now no less than 2,400 pages long. Chemical engineers are involved in taking raw materials and platform chemicals and converting them to high-valued chemical products, and therefore are involved in the design and operation of these processes used to achieve this. It is of no consequence that for a discipline as diverse and as complex as chemical engineering, we find opportunities to employ our skills in a plethora of areas such as manufacturing specialized materials. Now think about how we manage to develop vaccines and then manufacture literally billions of doses in such a short space of time. Chemical engineers play a key role in this. Chemical engineers are employed in bioreaction engineering sectors where we not only produce fermented goods like beer, cheese and wine, but also pharmaceutical drugs. More than 70% of our pharmaceutical drugs today are derived from biological resources, and these need to be synthetically made in order to make sure the demands of modern-day societies are met. Bioprocess engineering is responsible for the biofuels coming into the market now, as well as paper that we write on, and even the clothes which we wear. Much of the fabrics which you are currently wearing today are actually produced from trees like eucalyptus. Chemical engineers also have an impact on the life-giving water which we drink every day and consume in industry. We must ensure that our drinking water is clean, but we must also make sure that the water we give back to the environment is also clean. And the most important impact that chemical engineers can make is in creating a more sustainable and environmentally friendly industry. Climate change is already having a significant influence on the planet as we speak, and we need to ensure that our actions as chemical engineers are responsible and that we take cognizance of this fact. Lastly, chemical engineers are responsible for designing the processes that produce the goods we want and we need. This requires us to model the processes and make sure that the processes run smoothly and make sure that they run more efficiently. These core areas in which chemical engineers operate are what we will be developing during the course of your studies with us. We will provide to you the tools, the skills, as well as the knowledge necessary. By studying with us, you will become more competent in mathematics and in science, in transportation phenomena, modeling and simulation, design and process synthesis, and all the other skills that are required by chemical engineers. On behalf of the Department of Chemical Engineering, we want to thank you for choosing us.
Hello, and welcome to the Mining Engineering. My name is Begim Kalipi.
And I'm Yanni Maritz, lecturer in the department. And today we're going to talk to you about what's happening in the mining industry and how we extract all this raw material needed to get this instrumentation and technology.
We are also going to introduce to you a little bit of taste of the South African mining industry. We're going to look at mining engineering as a career, and of course, we're going to look at our department in the University of Pretoria.
So, Becky, can you tell us what is mining engineering?
Mining engineering is actually the application of science and technology in the identifying, planning, and actually economically extracting mineral resources from the ground. And of course, we have to do this in a safe and an environmentally friendly way.
So what you're telling me is that the mining engineer will be involved in all the processes from extraction all the way through to beneficiation and then also selling of the product.
Definitely, and that's right. But it doesn't mean that they're expert in that, but we will have enough information so that they know exactly who to consult in the case where they work in the mine. And it involves 5 main cycle or stages within the process of mining engineering, which is exploration, which is mine planning, production, transportation, and beneficiation. Now, and throughout all these stages, they work with geologists in the exploration and the mine planning section. And of course, as they move towards production, that's when they start to work with mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, chemical engineers, and other engineers. But as they move towards processing and beneficiation, that's where they work with metallurgical engineers.
Okay, so we truly need to be interdisciplinary skilled.
Exactly.
So, what are the minerals that we mine in South Africa? Well, South Africa being one of the countries that's greatly dependent on fossil fuels, we still use coal for power generation. We have 15 plants for that, with 2 uranium plants where we actually produce nuclear power.
Very well. In 2016, South Africa formed part of the countries that actually signed the Paris Agreement, committing to reducing their carbon emissions by the year 2050. Therefore, that means we have to actually migrate into new, clean, and renewable energy as a country. That is why we are focusing on wind power, solar power, and energy that is stored in batteries. And for us to create those systems, we still need to mine some of the elements that you see in your screen.
So therefore, we're not just mining for jewelry. We also have the manufacturing as one of our clients. So we are mining silicon, gold, platinum, iron ore, even rare earth metals.
Definitely.
And believe it or not, we even mine the stuff that we put in toothpaste.
Wow, that is so interesting. It's amazing that nowadays everyone has a screen in their hands. But what people don't know is that actually in the screen that they have in their hands, about 50% of those minerals that are used, or should I say elements that are used to create those screens, are actually mined. And the ones that you can see that are in red have a recycling rate of less than 1%. It means for us to continue providing people with screens, we need to keep on mining.
And creating jobs.
Exactly. And as you can see on the map, this is where all our mining activities are located in the country.
So, Becky, what happened over the last 50 years?
Well, if you look over the last 50 years, when iron ore was the dominating export for the South African mining industry, this is what you typically find a mine to be. In a remote area, with plenty of space, resources like water, and there were no restrictions.
And nothing about the mining camp for the employees.
Actually, if you look now, fast forward to today, this is how the mining environment looks like. So many people have moved closer towards the mine, and remember the definition, we have to mine and remove resources from underground safely and environmentally friendly.
Okay, and if you can't grow it, you have to mine it.
Definitely. This provides now plenty of opportunities for mining engineers who are coming up into the industry now. Because if you can look, there are communities that are surrounding these mining areas. And of course, if you look at the environment, we have to keep it as we found it, or even better. And when we consider labor, we should actually consider hiring a lot of women into mining. Because according to South African stats, about 42% of South African households are actually female-led. That means if we hire more women, we're actually having a positive impact on the economy. The modernization of the industry can actually assist us to provide equal and fair, sustainable opportunities for the communities around the mining environment.
So, Becky, again, what I hear now is that you say we're not going to employ less people, we're going to employ people to do a different type of job.
Definitely.
So, therefore, mining is either on surface or underground. Let's first look at surface environments. Any mining cycle consists of drilling, blasting, loading and hauling, and then supporting where needed. A good design for a surface mine actually looks at the slope stability.
That's brilliant. Actually, when you understand surface mining, you have to understand how exactly do we decide whether do we go surface mining or do we go underground.
The big drawback for surface mines, of course, is removing a lot of waste to get to the actual mineral. And that can also be the limiting factor. Economic extraction, that's mining.
Can you maybe explain why exactly do we choose to go surface mining instead of underground mining?
Well, surface mining allows us the opportunity to mine much lower grade and still being economically viable. So from the exploration, the geologists indicate to us the ore body being relatively close to surface. So therefore, a small amount of waste can be removed to get to the mineral, which we actually want for product.
That's very interesting. Now, can you maybe comment on exactly what type of mineral resources do we find on surface that are still available in South Africa?
Well, we typically mine gold. We know about the coal and the platinum industry, the massive mining in the iron ore industry as well, copper, uranium, and a whole list. Anything we mine underground is also mined from surface.
That's interesting. But I do believe that since surface mining is on surface, I'm sure when the blast happens, when water is being tainted with of the community, it does create some problems.
Yes, the challenges do exist. But all that, part of the mining engineers program. And we need to know how to challenge and then also rectify these risks.
Now, how deep exactly does a surface mine have to be for it to be unfeasible or infeasible?
Well, there's a nice trade-off on the economic side. You need to remove waste which doesn't carry any revenue. To get to the revenue, you need to optimize those two to actually make a profit.
Now, that's very interesting. Since we've done surface mining, let's look at what happens underground.
See you there. Coming from surface, the other environment might be to go underground. And that can range anything from several meters to almost 2.5 kilometers, even 4.
That is interesting. And I hear that in South Africa we have one of the deepest mines in the world.
Indeed. We are aiming at 4,500 meters.
But how is it really possible to mine at such a depth?
Well, going with depth comes with increased expenses. Therefore, unlike surface mining, we need much higher grade and quality of ore.
How is the quality of the ore that we need to go that deep to find it? What kind of ore is it?
At those depths, we are mining gold. That is a highly expensive material, and of course we know how to use that in jewelry, electronics, even taking it to space.
That is very interesting. So now, as we look at the underground environment, there are special challenges that are there significantly, like safety.
So now, with rock all around us, of course that's one of the biggest risks. We need to mitigate that, and therefore we need to have proper designs.
That's very true. And I hear that the temperature can go up to 50 degrees on the rock.
Yes, but luckily for us, there's some limits to that as well. We're not allowed to be working in areas which exceed certain limits.
Now, it is known that most of the mines usually would convert from a surface mine into an underground mine. But how are these really different in terms of the production cycle?
Similar to surface mining, the cycle includes drilling and blasting, cleaning, and then supporting. It's not just about a hardcore production, bringing out the rock, putting it to surface, making money. There's also areas of specialization.
Yes, of course. And that is why, when you look at specialization, if you work in a mine, you can typically be in management or you can be in production. And of course, the technical fields that are involved with that is mine planning. We have to plan for the mine to make sure that we know exactly where we're going to mine. Since we're underground, you can't tell each direction from the other. So you need to know exactly where you're mining and if you're mining the correct material.
That's correct, because the geologists tell us where the minerals are, and then from there, we need to get there.
Exactly. And of course, once we know exactly where these things are, we can start looking at rock breaking, which is also a specialization. How do we break this rock? Are we going to use explosives or are we going to be cutting this rock?
Well, the next field of expertise can include rock mechanics or rock engineering. Working with rock, that's the major contributor to fatalities on the ground.
Exactly. And of course, when you're looking at underground, since it's hot and people work there, it means we need air to get to those sections. Therefore, ventilation is part of that.
Fresh air, and then also to dilute noxious gases from the blasts.
That's very interesting. Now, when you look at also mine occupational health and safety, because people are working there, it's a dangerous environment, we need to make sure that health and safety are managed so that our people can work in a safe environment and, of course, can live longer.
The most important product coming out of underground is the miner.
And just like management, this brings us to risk management. Risk management spans throughout all of these professions. So whether you're in planning, rock breaking, or rock mechanics, you are actually managing risk that the mine actually faces every day.
Then, coming from the underground or a surface environment, being in a production field, there's also other opportunities for a mining graduate to actually then go off-site and also be involved in industry.
Definitely. And what happens is that you can either be on the finance sector or on the manufacturing sector. Now, if you look at finance, for instance, you can either work for a bank, or you can work for an accounting firm or a law firm, or you can actually work for the government, whereby you can be an inspector who goes and inspect mines, or work with the inspector of mines. And then you can also work in the manufacturing or original manufacturing companies that manufacture equipment, that work in the mine, and then you can consult together with the mine or with that particular OEM company towards the mine. You can also be a researcher who focuses on technology and telling us about what the future of mining holds.
That's great, because that latches onto the department's drive towards postgraduate degrees, the Masters and PhD in Mining Engineering.
And now, welcome to the future of mining. Now, engineering explosive is a course that demonstrated a blast wall. We used to use a physical model to demonstrate this to the students in our department. And of course, we'll show you the process of blast design, the marking, the drilling, the charging, the timing, and the blasting of a tunnel underground. But now, a new technology has emerged and has been developed as a virtual blast wall, which demonstrates how can a tunnel be blasted by students without the efforts of being physically in a mine. Well, we begin by making sure that the students understand the interactive tracked gadgetry, which is used to mark the face, to drill the holes, and time the blast, and therefore initiate the blast. Then, right after blasting, they can see the results from the blast and see the areas in which they can improve. And of course, this includes a system which has a scoring mechanism that can tell them how well they did with the blast or after the performance of the blast. Now, navigating the fourth industrial revolution has caught up with the mining industry. And of course, the nature of work keeps on evolving. Therefore, the industry had to begin to prioritize on safety and efficient productivity. How do you do that? You can only do that by empowering operators with the newest technology in order for them to be efficient in their operations. This includes the Remote Operations Control Center that you can see. These control centers uses machinery that are controlled by people over thousands of kilometers away. This allows them to work in a safe environment and yet still achieve productivity, which is what we remotely call, or what we classify as, a controlled or remote controlled mechanization. This brings us to automation. We have semi-automation and full automation technology. This is currently used or retrofitted into machinery that was once operated by people, but now has to completely work autonomously, or automated in a sense. This is used to achieve high precision and efficient productivity, and of course, absolute safety during the drilling of hard rock or the cutting of soft rock in the cases of coal. Now, drones have been used, or are becoming regularly used in the surface mining especially, to map out the ground and to report on post-blasting fragmentation and quality of material that is being used without excessive traveling by the mine personnel, and of course, making sure that they are safe. Other uses of drones includes that the mine will monitor the mine infrastructure using drones, environmental aspects around the mine and the surrounding environment, and of course, make sure that this information is presented in a real-time basis in a digital platform, which is also known as a digital twin. Well, now, since we said we are in the future, there are opportunities for you as an engineer to mine mineral resources from sources that are not so conventional. Let's look at marine mining. There are minerals that are being mined at the sea or at the bottom of the sea, which is called marine mining, just as it's done in Richards Bay here in South Africa. And of course, there are opportunities for you to go and mine outer space. As soon as the colonies on the moon or on Mars can be established, we can start mining asteroids that are in abundance. And of course, this would surely be the future of mining, to ensure that we keep on supplying all the minerals that we require for our primary inputs, especially for manufacturing. Well, guys, we hope you enjoyed our presentation, and thank you very much for being here. From me.
From my side, also, thank you very much for listening, paying attention, and hope to see you joining us soon.
Good day. I'm Wynand Steyn. I am the Head of Department of Civil Engineering at the University of Pretoria. I'm also Chair of the School of Engineering, but for now I think it's important to focus on civil engineering because that's what you guys are interested in. Having said that, it's a good question to say, but what is a civil engineer? In a more detailed definition, we say that it's a professional engineer that design and construct and maintain physical and naturally built environment. Now that's a lot of words to actually just say we improve the lives of 58 million people in South Africa on a daily basis. That is your job as a civil engineer. And now you can still tell me, okay, but improving the lives of people, what does it mean? How am I going to do it as an engineer? I want to split it up in the sub-disciplines of civil engineering. If we start at the bottom, we've got a sub-discipline called geotechnical engineering. The geotechnical engineers are those ladies and gentlemen that looks after the soil. They look after what type of materials do we have to build anything that we are doing on top of. What's the strength of these materials? What type of soils do we get? How do we get from rock to soil to construct things with? They also look at things like earth-fill dams or tailings dams. They look at how water flows through soils because that affects the quality and the durability and the strength of the soil. So that's where we start, the people looking after foundations, because ultimately those are the engineers that know how to design and construct and maintain the foundation on which anything else stands. The next group of people are those that we call structural engineers. They look at how do we make our buildings. How do I design a tower block, a tower, a water tower, or even a house? How do I make it strong enough so that if I've got an earthquake or wind or rain or whatever type of live load, that this structure will be safe for a long period of time? Those are our structural engineers. So they put the structure on top of the soil. The next group of engineers, sub-discipline, is the water engineers. Those are the people who are responsible to firstly see where does the water come from. How do I get it sort of in a dam together, flowing down from a river? Once it's in a dam, how do I get it into a pipeline? How do I design this pipeline? How large must the pipes be? How do I get it to a reservoir? How do I clean the water? And how do I get the water all the way into your house? That when you get up in the morning, you open the tap and you've got clean, safe water to drink. And then they also look at what happens to the water afterwards, whether it's going down in stormwater drains or sewage systems. That's what the water engineer does. Looking after all of that, you have to get to a job or a school from a house. So you need transportation. Transportation engineers are looking after a wide set of sub-disciplines. You've got the people like myself that are road pavement engineers. We understand the properties of materials, different types of materials that I can use to build a road structure with, how to make sure that this road is in a good condition, how do I maintain it, and what is the effect of this road structure on the vehicles that travel on the road. Then I've got colleagues looking after rail. Same type of idea. You still need to build a structure on which the rail comes, on which the train is traveling. After building all of this, or an airport, we need somebody to look at the operations. How do I determine how many vehicles can travel on this road per hour? How do I determine how big an intersection must be? That's what the transportation engineers are doing. And they also look at public transport, how to move people, and freight transport, how to move the stuff that we buy and sell. So looking after all of those disciplines, that's what makes up a civil engineer. And that's in your training as a civil engineer, all of the aspects that will be covered. That's why I say a civil engineer makes life possible. So how do we do all of these things? We start off by designing infrastructure. I design a road, I design a building, I design foundations. Once it's designed, and I understand what the stresses and the strains and everything is going to be, then somebody must construct it. Again, a civil engineer is involved in that process. Once it's constructed, you have to start to maintain it. You must make sure that it's a durable piece of infrastructure, that it can withstand sun and rain and anything that happens over its life. Somebody must manage it. Somebody must manage the transportation system, the way that vehicles travel or trains travel on a rail network. You can also decide to go into something called research, and that's where a lot of other different type of fun is, because that's where you determine what's new. How should we do it differently? How can we save money? How can we optimize the system? These days, you can also go into things like data analytics. We collect huge lots of data from civil engineering infrastructure, whether it's buildings where we've got sensors measuring what happens in the building, or a pipeline measuring how much water flows through the system, or a road where we measure what's the temperature of the road and how many vehicles travel on it, and what's the interaction between all of that. That's what a data analyst is doing. So, in order to become a person, civil engineer, that does all of these things, what do you need to know? How do you get to that point? That's when you come and study at a university, like the University of Pretoria, where we train you, firstly, the mathematics and the physics and the chemistry, because that's a foundation of all of these fields. But once you understand that, we train you how to look at the soil and understand what's the properties of the soil. Look at a material like concrete or steel or timber and determine, is this going to be strong enough to withstand the effects of the environment where I build this piece of infrastructure. And we teach you how to maintain all of these facilities in the natural environment. A road out there in the sun, a dam, a pipeline, how do I look after this? So, now you understand a bit more, what does a civil engineer do? What's the important stuff for us? Why would you like to come and study civil engineering at the University of Pretoria? Civil engineering is one of the departments in the School of Engineering, and we are part of the EBIT faculty, Engineering, Built Environment, and IT. We are the top number 277 engineering school in the world. And it's not us that say so. We think we are the best, but 277 in the world, I think, is good enough. Of all more than 15,000 schools internationally. So we provide you with top-rated education. We've got modern facilities. If you travel on the N4, traveling into Pretoria, look to the left, you will see Engineering 4.0, our brand new facility, which is beautiful, functional, and it's working, and that's where you will be trained in all of these aspects. And we've got various other facilities that's also state-of-the-art, that we also use in your education and teaching. The staff that will look after you when you come and study civil engineering at UP consists of 34 full-time staff members, 20 academic staff members, and 14 support staff members. I'll come to the academic staff members just now, but I just want to explain why is it important to have support staff, people that are in the laboratory available to teach you how to determine the properties of your soil and your steel and your timber, and how to actually construct experiments and determine whether that which you are interested in is going to be functional infrastructure. A very important part of training a civil engineer. The 20 academic staff members are all people that are well experienced in industry as well as academia. 7 of these people have been rated as national and internationally ranked researchers by the National Research Foundation. So they know what they are doing, and internationally people also think so. 16 of them are professionally registered engineers, which means that they can do professional work independently. 4 of them are fellows of the South African Academy of Engineering, and one of them is actually currently the president of the Academy of Engineering. So we think that that group of staff members can look after you very well and really make sure that you understand what happens in the life of a civil engineer. When you come to study, you will firstly do 4 years of undergraduate studies. During these undergraduate studies, we teach you maths and physics and chemistry and soil sciences and water sciences, structural engineering, road design, structure design, and we teach you all of the aspects of sustainability that keeps these different topics together to make sure that you walk out of the University of Pretoria as a competent engineer that understands how to do a sustainable job wherever you are going to apply your trade. After you finish your undergraduate studies, you can also come and do postgraduate studies. And that's where you specialize. That's where you become a pavement engineer or a structural engineer, geotechnical engineer, and so forth. And where you can really focus on new research questions, developing new knowledge, which allows us to make the world a better place. There's a few very cool things that we've got at civil engineering, and I have to tell you about these. We are doing things where we remotely monitor various pieces of infrastructure around the country at this stage. We've got tailings dams in the Mpumalanga province, we've got a bridge in the Free State, and various other places, even some wind towers in the Eastern Cape, where we installed sensors to understand this infrastructure better, and this data remotely comes to our Central Engineering 4.0 building. That's the other very cool part. I told you about it earlier. But at Engineering 4.0, we centralize this data and we do a lot of the laboratory testing and teaching and research where you will directly be involved. Then we are also doing things called a digital twin. A digital twin is where we use our LiDAR and our drones to collect infrastructure data, currently of the Hatfield precinct. We know exactly what the buildings and the roads and the pipelines and everything looks like. Then we install sensors. We measure how much water is being used. We measure the temperature, the CO2 levels. We measure the electricity consumption. And then we put all of this data together to understand infrastructure better. So, as a very specific example, I'm interested in roads. So we measure the surface temperature of the asphalt. And you can say, well, why is that important? Because the temperature of asphalt determines how strong it is, how durable the material will be. So if I see that the asphalt is very hot and there comes a rainstorm in the afternoon and the asphalt cools down very quickly, I can understand much better how to improve the quality of the asphalt to provide us with more durable roads. Then we also have various other sensors, some of them that we develop ourselves, some we procure. We call them a SMAVO, which is a smart avocado, and a smart tomato. And you can say, but why are you doing things like this? You are engineers, you are not farmers. We are using this type of technology to see what the impact of our civil engineering infrastructure is on the rest of society. So we are measuring, for instance, what's the effect of a road on transported tomatoes and avocados. Because if the road is in a bad condition, it is going to cause those produce to arrive at the market in a bad condition. And that's not good for the consumer or the farmer. So we are not only looking at pockets of information, we stand back and we look at the big picture and determine how do we make sure that your life is better because the infrastructure is better, it's well designed, it's well constructed, it's well maintained and managed, and we keep it operational for as long as possible. So I'm pretty certain that after all of that, you are very excited about this possible journey. So how do you become part of this journey? Firstly, you are still at school. Grade 8 to grade 12, work as hard as possible. Understand your maths, understand your physics, understand your English, because it's communication in the end. Pass well, and then you can enter this exciting 4 years of your life, of studying to become a civil engineer. Long hours of study, very little sleep, but after that, 40 years, 50 years of a journey where you change the lives of people. And I would love to see you along that journey. And me and my team help you to start it up in the most positive way that you can. I hope that you are excited about this and that we will see you one of these days on the campus of the University of Pretoria. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, my name is Herman Meiberg. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Electrical, Electronic and Computer Engineering at the University of Pretoria. Our department is the biggest of its kind in the country, and all our degrees are internationally accredited by the Engineering Council of South Africa. Electrical engineering is all about the generation, distribution and management of energy. Especially in our country with the huge energy demands and the energy problems that we are facing, it is becoming more and more important to be able to find smart ways of using that energy and to find innovative ways of knowing where the energy should go so as to allow better energy distribution. We are also looking at different ways of producing energy in smart ways, renewable energies, wind turbines, all of those energies, solar energy. We are looking at ways of injecting that into the grid. Electronic engineering is all about the design and implementation of electronics. We all use electronic devices. Our worlds won't be what it is today without these electronic devices, from our cars to our smartphones to our computers. The job of an electronic engineer is to design these systems and to improve them with every new model. Computer engineering is all about the digital age. There is about an 80% overlap between electronic engineering and computer engineering, where the focus of computer engineering is more on software development, data security, machine learning, and intelligent systems. Now I want to tell you a bit more about some trending technologies that you will be able to participate in with a degree from our department. The first trending technology is the smartphone. Now 20 years ago, we all had cell phones, but they were just used to make voice calls and maybe send an SMS. But these days, these devices are smart. We can take pictures, we can make movies, we can surf the internet, and we can do so many things with these smart devices. So the data speeds have just increased, and the capabilities of these phones are just way beyond what we could have imagined 10 years ago. And this is just going to be continuing for the next 10, 20 years. The next trending technology is the Internet of Things. So we all know what the Internet is, but the Internet of Things is the interconnection of all digital devices and all of them linking up to the cloud. So you can think about your smartwatch, you can think about your phone connecting to your car when you get in your car. When you arrive at home, you might have a smart fridge, you might have a smart TV. All of these devices are communicating and collecting information, trying to make our lives better. The next trending technology is big data and machine learning. Now, with these smart devices, we are generating data every second, even though we don't even know it. As we are moving around, when we are doing things, data is being generated and it gets sent somewhere. These tech giants, they collect our data and they need to find ways of analyzing the data and trying to use it in meaningful ways. And with that comes machine learning. How do you teach a machine to make decisions based on the data that it sees, based on the mathematics, the statistics? So being able to teach a machine to make intelligent decisions, that is what machine learning is. Another exciting technology is virtual and augmented reality. So these days you can put on one of these augmented reality glasses and immerse yourself in a digital world. Very soon you will be able to meet with your friends and with your family members, even while they're on the other side of the world. These days you can also play 3D video games by just immersing yourself in that environment. These devices are also very useful for 3D design, you know, being able to design something and placing it inside an environment without actually producing the thing. So you can try out very different, various configurations of this object before making it. We all love robots, and that's also one of the next big technologies, and we are all seeing these amazing videos of animal-like robots roaming the streets, helping the police already doing their jobs. So robotics is a very, very interesting technology that involves electronics, lots of coding, even electrical engineers can play a part in this. Usually nature is used to inspire these technologies. If you think about the smart dogs that they are developing, various smart robots, you even get smart vacuum cleaners these days that can clean your house without you having to lift a finger. One of the future technologies which is currently in development and are showing good results is human-machine interfaces. One of the big tech giants are working on ways of using the brain waves of humans to help actuate hardware in the real world. Maybe helping people who are paralyzed, moving their robotic limbs, or being able to maybe one day upload your consciousness into the cloud and being able to live forever if that's what you want to do. Another very important technology is advanced driver assistance systems. Many of the high-end vehicles are fitted with these technologies to help you be safer on the road. It can help you detect the collisions as they are going to occur. It can help you when you want to change lanes to see if there's someone in the blind spot. And some of these cars are so clever they can even drive themselves. Some of the tech giants are already working on, and have been working on these technologies for a very long time. And they are trialing their technologies on American roads and on European roads, where one of these days you might order yourself an Uber and get inside without a driver driving you around. Smart cities is another technology of the future. And if you think about the word smart, making cities smart means smart energy, smart roads, smart buildings, and it's all about making things easier for people while saving energy and just increasing productivity in every sphere of life. A very hot topic at the moment is the fourth industrial revolution. It is very big. It encompasses almost everything that we know in terms of technology. It also talks about the Internet of Things, cybersecurity, augmented reality, big data, all these things we've already mentioned. But it just takes together all of these technologies. And it should be clear by now that by studying in our department, you will be able to participate in this technological revolution that we are entering and that will just continue for the next 10, 20, even 30 years. You might be asking yourself, why should I obtain a degree from the Department of Electrical, Electronic and Computer Engineering at the University of Pretoria? Our degrees are internationally recognized. I know various people who have studied at our institution and have gone overseas to do a master's or a PhD and also find a job overseas. I also personally know students who have gone and worked at some of the big tech giants that we all know. So all of our students are very well sought after, and it is because of our great facilities and our great teaching methods. So it is evident that the engineers that we produce are top class and compete with any engineers in the world. This is because of our top programs, our top lecturers, and our top facilities. We are ranked among the top 1% in the world in terms of our publications, and we are the #1 department of our kind in the country. Now that you know what we are all about, the future is yours to create. If you are in grade 8 or grade 9, make sure you choose your subjects well. Make sure you study hard in maths and science. We hope to see you soon. Come help us innovate tomorrow.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Njoroge from the Engineering Augmented Degree Program, also known as the ENGAGE program within the School of Engineering. Today, I'm sure you've heard so many talks about the different departments or disciplines within the School of Engineering, and you're asking yourselves, what does ENGAGE entail? So we're here today to explain to you what we do and how we do it. A study was done by the Department of Higher Education where it was found a small percentage of the students who enroll for their engineering programs are able to complete their degrees on time. The reasons for this include many students have difficulty coping with university life, so the knowledge and the skills that are learned from school are often inadequate. And also I must add that too much socializing is also a main factor towards not finishing a degree on time. Now, some of you might say, I was a top student in my class, I'm a top performing student during my mocks, but the question you should ask yourself when you come to the university is, can you work 60 to 70 hours a week? Can you say no to social activities during the week? Can you plan your time so that each and every assignment is completed on time and you never fall behind with your submissions? Can you cope in large lecture halls where you've got more than 500 students? Can you manage the pace where the material may be in high school, which took you a month, in the university it takes only a week to cover all that material? And then what you need to ask yourself is, do you still remember the science and math concepts that you learned in school? One thing you need to remember is that with engineering programs within the university, the workload is hard. The volume of the amount of the modules, the content is quite a lot. The pace is quite fast, okay? And the classes are quite large. Now, can you able to cope in such an environment without any assistance? Now, if you think you need support, you need additional help, then you need to consider the ENGAGE program. Now, within the ENGAGE program, what we do is, or what we aim to do is, improve the graduation rates or throughput rates of the students. That means you end up finishing on time. The program is designed to equip students who don't meet the minimum requirements to be admitted for the four-year program. That means our enrollment grades are quite slightly lower than the mainstream. And the main thing that we need to aim to do is to increase the number of engineers within the country. Now, to explain how the Engage program works, my colleague Dirk will come and explain that to you. Welcome, Dirk.
Thank you, Eric. Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Dirk van Vieren. The Engage program provides additional academic support. By doing that, it supports the students in the transition process from school to university. It still maintains a high student workload, and by doing that, we begin with the familiar subjects. Once we then finish with the familiar subjects, we increase our diversity over time, and we increase the level of independence over time. So let's look at the Engage design principles. In the first year, your difficulty is quite low, but as you progress towards your fifth year, the difficulty becomes more. Conversely, the support is quite high in the first year. As you progress towards the fifth year, your support becomes lower, making you more independent. Let's look at the four-year plan for the mechanical engineering students. You've got 8 subjects in total for your first year. With the Engage degree, 4 of those modules fall away. And we add additional chemistry, additional physics, additional mathematics, and professional orientation. In your second year, the first 4 subjects that fell away in the first year now returns. You also then gain 4 additional modules, including additional material science, additional mechanics, additional electricity, and additional graphical communication. In addition to that, you also add a second-year math module. The following is an illustration of the amount of support you can expect. In year 1, the modules are more orientated towards the Engage program, highlighted by the blue blocks. As you move towards year 4 and 5, the blue support reduces. At the end of the day, you still end with your 4-year BEng degree, irrespective of whether you were on Engage or not. The additional Engage modules are designed to allocate the students into smaller groups. By doing that, we are extending their background knowledge, we are developing their problem-solving skills, and we help them to develop their conceptual understanding of the work that needs to be covered. But remember, the Engage is not an easy option. You still have a high workload where you will be expected to work at least 60 hours per week. We have compulsory attendance, and you have weekly assignments that must be submitted every week. Finally, you cannot pick and choose your modules. That basically means that you must register for the whole Engage program. I'll now hand it back to Dr. Eric, who will conclude this presentation.
Thank you, Dirk, for explaining the structure of the Engage program. As you are aware, the University of Pretoria engineering program is the best in the country. The Engage program has not also been left behind. We are one of the best ECP programs within South Africa. If you want to contact us, you can do that through the website, which is on the screen, or you can email the program coordinator, Dr. Erica Mueller, or senior admin officer, Ms. Aleta Nkuna. Thank you for listening to us.
Shattering, wasn't it?
Oh yes,
life-changing. Do you understand the wonder? Do you feel it?
I feel it.
I can see you do. Come on, I think you guys should send us photos of your thunder experience. Be innovative. Show us who you are. Send us your thunder moment at home. Please, we really want to give away 40 goodie bags. I want to thank all the presenters who in the School of Engineering who gave their time, gave information and thrilled us with this wonderful journey. This was insightful and again opened a world of answers to us.
Oh yes. If you thought this is it, then you are wrong.
Wrong.
We would have loved to receive you on our beautiful campus, but because we care about you, we will wait until it is safer. We do, however, have a visual campus, a campus tour on our website for you to enjoy. We will show you how to access it with a short video. We encourage you to go and visit your new home to see what an incredible journey awaits you.
And there's more. You don't have to wait until you're here on campus or a first year to be part of the University of Pretoria. We offer you the opportunity to be part of UP from grade 9. From grade 9 onwards.
Yes,
the Junior Techie program is a must for everybody. It will assist you to be prepared for university life, to make the transition a bit easier.
Yes.
Give us the next 25 minutes of your life because it will expand your world of knowledge. Are there any social media?
Oh, yeah, there we go.
What a transition!
Thank you. You send us another photo.
You lost.
Looking good.
Yeah, thank you, Pumi, for that. Thank you so much. Oh, this is awesome.
Wafdaf.
Kyaleboga. Thank you so much. Yeah. Hashtag EBIT rocks. Hashtag EBIT open day. Kay, thank you for your contribution. This is what I'm talking about. We need more of those. Send them in. We need it. Enjoy the last and stay, please, for the Q&A.
Yes, lastly, to win free prizes, post pictures of yourself on social media platforms, enjoying life. Yes, free prizes. You win by just posting pictures. You win because you know how to live life to the fullest, as do our EBIT generation. You go for it. Esti?
Your questions will be answered after the Junior Techie video. Our panel, consisting of the various chairpersons who welcomed you at the beginning of our program, will be ready to answer your questions. Send us your questions, your social media posts, and we'll see you just now.
The University of Pretoria has implemented the Junior Techie program in order to assist high school learners in making responsible study and career choices. And as a student, you'll be equipped with the necessary skills to succeed at university. Learners from grade 9 to grade 12 are welcome to join the Junior Techie program, which prepares you for a successful transition from high school to higher education. Junior Techie develops important skills in order to better equip learners for the challenges they may face as a student, in their personal capacity as well as professionally. Junior Techie provides a wide variety of services, such as first-hand information on study and career options. It also includes the development of leadership qualities, study skills, as well as engagement in community projects. The benefits of being a member of Junior Techie include invitations to Junior Techie events like the Grade 11 Empowerment Week and the Grade 12 Preparation Conference, guidance with Grade 10 subject choices in your career field, helping you with admission and selection requirements for your chosen program, assisting you in completing your application to study at UP, providing you with many opportunities to develop leadership skills, to expand your communication, organization, computer skills and time management skills, and development of social responsibility, and a variety of enrichment programs that can help you with improving your marks in various subjects. Once you're a first-year UP student, you may join the JT Student Ambassador Society. As a member of the JTSAS, we will equip you with the skills and emotional intelligence to succeed at university, prepare you for a wonderful and balanced student life, help you face any challenges you may experience as a student, such as study methods, develop your leadership skills, and help you thrive at university and enable you to graduate on time. Junior Tikkie will not only help you at university, but also after you graduate and enter the workforce. Third-year UP students, graduates, and postgraduate students are welcome to join the JT alumni, where you will be provided the opportunity to invest in the lives of future JT generations. Contribute your expertise, time, and if you wish, a once-off or monthly donation towards the JT Sustainability Fund. Participate in social development programs, attain personal and professional capabilities that will distinguish you professionally, and establish rewarding friendships with your peers, which will enrich your life. So, how do you become a Junior Tikkie? Download the Junior Tikkie app by visiting juniortikkieapp.co.za on your web browser. Remember to select the Allow Notifications option. Select the option Add to your home screen and keep an eye on the JT app for notifications. Click on Sign Up and follow the instructions. Make sure to complete the JT registration form by opening the Junior Tikkie tile on the JT app, then selecting the Become a Junior Tikkie option. To find further information, contact us at one of the following Junior Tikkie emails.
Well, I hope that you are now all very inspired by the wide range of exciting career opportunities and study opportunities there are for you at the university and all the exciting things that we are doing. So you've asked us some questions and we would like to answer some of them. So the first question is, would you recommend computer engineering or computer science for someone who likes coding more? Professor de Villiers, would you like to answer that?
Yes, I think if you like coding more, then computer science would be an obvious choice for you. Computer engineering is to do a lot more with the hardware side of and the engineering side of IT and not that much coding. So if you like coding, go for computer science.
Next question is a really interesting one. Is that possible that one studies chemical engineering and can work then as a metallurgical engineer? Professor Stein?
Thanks, Prof. de Villiers. It's quite an interesting question, and I think it links to what I said earlier, that the disciplines at the university are there so that we not overwhelm you with all of the engineering in one degree. So if you go to and have a look at the curriculum for chemical engineering, metallurgical engineering, and so on, you would see that there's a lot of cross-fertilization and similar modules and so on. And keep in mind, you are doing your first degree. Once you've done that degree, you get out into industry and you start to work. So you will find, for instance, in those two specific areas, there's a lot of people working from both sides. Depends on what's the job that you need to do for the next 40 years.
And I like it when people think about the future. And the next question is all about the future. And it's, are there still minerals after all these years of mining?
I think the appropriate responsible question will not be to say, no, the earth is just a shell, we've dug out everything. Yes, for sure. There's lots of minerals still in the ground. But the more important part, I think, for the next 40-odd years is, if you guys have followed the Olympic Games recently, you would have seen that the gold, silver, and bronze medals were actually made with recycled metals. So there's a major lot of work currently done and to be done where we actually recycle the metals and the minerals that we already mined. So for sure, there's scope for that. Your job will not end next year when a mine finishes working.
Next one, does taking IT in high school really build a foundation to a better understanding in this field because we use Delphi? Professor de Villiers?
Thanks, Prof. Du Plessis. IT in school will give you some foundation, although Delphi is not a language that's really being used in industry anymore, but it will give you some understanding of programming, some understanding of what IT is about. But we do not require it at all for any of the degrees in the School of IT that you have done IT at school level. So we start right from the scratch, but if you've done IT at school level, you will have a little bit of an advantage, maybe in the first semester of your first year.
Yeah. The next question is, I didn't hear clearly, somebody was not paying attention until it became important. If BSc Quantity Surveying currently has international accreditation, or if it might get accredited after being evaluated in 2021. The BSc in Quantity Surveying has an accreditation from the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors. But one thing about all the degrees in the School of the Built Environment is that they are all acknowledged internationally through the various professional bodies. So it's possible for you to come and do your degree with us and then open up a career worldwide. Another question for you, Professor Steyn, is I would just like to know if there's an extra information on mechatronic engineering. What is mechatronic engineering?
Good question. Mechatronic engineering. That's when you've got the mechanical stuff and the electronic stuff and how does it work together. And quite interestingly, you asked about mechatronic. We also these days do civiltronic, same story. How do we apply the IT and the electronics and stuff in the areas where we don't really focus on that all the time? So mechatronic engineering is something that we don't do undergraduate, but you will do mechanical engineering or you can do the electronic part, and then in the postgraduate program, that's when we start to put the stuff together, because you need to understand the fundamentals before you can put it together. And maybe linking to that, the next question is also similar to that. Do you offer bioengineering? Because I'm interested in developing medical devices. Again, as I said earlier, your job as an engineer is to make sure that life is better for everybody. So some people need medical devices. So in terms of bioengineering, that links to our electronic engineering program. And there for sure, we've got staff members that's quite active in terms of bioengineering. How do you make better devices to hear, if you can't hear that well, and various other aspects of this. So for sure, bioengineering is a part of electronics.
Absolutely. Next one I think is also for you. South Africa has many mineral deposits such as titanium, platinum, gold, manganese. Do South African metallurgical engineers help the country to grow our economy? I think so.
For sure.
Absolutely.
For sure. If we do not extract these minerals, and very importantly then use it, the whole idea of what do we do after we extracted it. And I think that's important in your question. Maybe you did not think about it like that, but what the metallurgical engineer does is not only getting the stuff out of the ground, it's more the mining engineers, but the metallurgical engineers then looks at the beneficiation. And I know it's a big word, but beneficiation means how do I get benefit from that which I extracted from the soil. So if I extract the gold from the soil, we don't want to just export it somewhere and then import something that's been made by that. And I think that's where a lot of work for growing the economy is, because if we make something of the stuff that we take out of the soil, then we sell it for much more. Very good for the economy.
If I'm wrong, but don't metallurgical engineers also look at developing new alloys from the materials and the minerals that we have?
That's for sure, because if we are doing new stuff, we want to have SpaceX to fly to Mars, then we realize, but normal steel doesn't help us anymore, and that's where a lot of work needs to be done to say, but if I add this mineral and that one, and I cook it like this, I get this new material, and I can solve new problems, and that grows the economy again quite a lot, because now I sell something that's worth much more than the basic product.
Absolutely. Question for you, Professor de Villiers, is how common is computer auditing? What is computer auditing?
It means we have auditors that must audit all our accounting systems and finance systems. And nowadays, all these systems are on the computer. We don't do accounting by hand anymore in a spreadsheet or whatever. We have a computer system doing our accounting for us. And somebody must audit that and make sure it complies with all the regulations of our country, all the tax regulations, for instance. So a computer auditor is very necessary nowadays, somebody that understands computer systems and understands auditing. And that's why we have that combination in our degrees, so that you can really look and for errors in the computer system, but also for errors in the financial systems.
So is that
you're
the
using.
people who will find out where all our tax money is going?
Yes, that's the people that will find that. And if you just think of names that should be familiar to you, KPMG, PwC, Deloitte, they're all firms that appoint and have computer auditors in their service.
Thank you. Another question for you is, do the languages you learn in computer science really prepare you for the workforce?
Yes, definitely. All the programming languages that we teach our students in the School of IT, there's a big demand out there for people that can program in Java, in C#, and in all the different languages that's available. So it will definitely prepare you for the world of work. Just Google Java programming jobs, and you will see that there's hundreds of them available in South Africa.
The next question, I think, is from somebody who thinks they might have a gold mine in their backyard. Sorry, that's the follow-up question. This one says, in mining engineering, if they go underground, do they receive fresh air? Are they inhaling oxygen? Or what do they take for them to breathe?
That's quite an interesting question. So the first major part is, sorry, without oxygen, you're not going to make it. So you need the oxygen. But again, it's a very, very nice question, much bigger than you may have thought when you asked it, because that, again, puts all of the engineering disciplines together. Mining engineering is not just making a hole in the ground, go down, dig some stuff out and bring it back. You need to think about things like the environment underground. So you need to have a mechanical engineer that does the whole ventilation of the mine to make sure that, yes, you've got the air and the oxygen and everything down there, because otherwise you won't survive. But it also links to other parts of mining engineering and mechanical engineering and electronic engineering, where you say, but maybe I don't want a human 4 kilometers below the ground in a hole where it's difficult to get air and keep temperatures low. Maybe I must develop a robot, and maybe the robot can do the mining over there, and I can get a better job for the person that had to travel all the way down and be there in uncomfortable circumstances. And that's again where you now get the various disciplines working together and making a difference.
Excellent. And this is the gold mine question. How much gold must be in a ton of ore to make it economically viable to mine? And how is that gold separated from the rest of the ore?
Very, very good question. Now, the first part to that is, and I must think many years ago, but when I was young and studied, I can remember 8 grams of gold per ton was sort of the indication. Now the economy was different and it's different cost these days, so maybe it's not 8 grams per ton anymore, but the important part is you will have to dig a huge hole in your backyard to get 8 grams of gold from that ton of material. So yeah, again, Google is your friend. Google will tell you, is it 5 grams or 8 grams or 10 grams? How is it separated from the rest of the ore? Again, such a nice engineering question, because it says, firstly, the mining engineer must dig out the material and bring it to the surface. Once it's at the surface, the mechanical engineers look at it and say, how do we crush this material because we want it fine? Then we get the chemical guys in and we say, okay, what chemicals can we add to this so that the gold can actually get out of this ton of material? And then we get the metallurgical guys and they come and say, okay, once you've got this is how you treat it and prepare it and stuff. And then you get all of the rest to sell the gold and to make money.
And I think it also depends on the kind of technology and where you are trying to get your gold from. If we think about reclaiming mine heaps, there's entire programs now where they look at phyto mining, where they plant plants and the plants absorb the minerals and they're burnt, and then that way you retrieve the minerals. So it's very, very creative ways of solving this particular problem.
And that again links to transdisciplinary work, where you need to speak to the plant sciences, because engineers doesn't know that much about plants. So we need to get the plant sciences in. And the other part that you again need to not forget is the whole recycling business. If If you look at your phone, when you're finished with it, there's still some gold and various other things inside that phone. Now, please don't go and open your phone now and dig for the gold and so on. Number one, it won't work anymore. And per phone, it's a really, really, really tiny bit of gold. So it won't be worth your while doing that. But on a major scale, that starts to look after the earth in a bit of a better way of not just digging out new stuff, but reusing the stuff that we already dug out.
And that's why it's really important to not throw your cell phone or your old tablet into the waste bin, but to take it to a place where they actually can recycle these minerals and materials from your old electronics. So with that, I think we've reached the end of our questions. Thank you very much for spending the day with us. I don't know, would you like to add some final words of wisdom?
Guys, I think the best words of wisdom for you now is take off the rest of the weekend. I know some of you are close to record exams, the matrics, and then it's final exams. So after the weekend, Monday morning we start with the second semester for the students on campus. So it's a bit of a wake-up call for them. Monday they have to be up early. But for you guys, get back to the books and make sure that we can actually welcome you on campus.
Yes, and we would like to welcome you on campus to study any of our exciting degrees that we offer in EBIT.
We look forward to seeing you.
To all our guests, we want to say a heartfelt thank you for giving us your time today. We wish you all the best with the future endeavors. Work hard, keep focused, and EBIT faculty looks forward to starting a successful journey with you.
Sure. To all the presenters in our EBIT faculty, the chairpersons who just handled the Q&A. It was like a lecture on its own, bringing all the disciplines together and telling us that we don't work in silos, and talking about new jobs, those jobs that don't exist. They were just talking about that. Thank you to all of them for their time. For the presenters, we really appreciate your time, your knowledge, and the insight you gave us today into 4IR, 5IR, and whatever is coming in the future, Emily. I'm going to start digging that hole in my garden. You know? 8 grand. I don't know. I'll Google how much gold we need. We always learn ourselves in this faculty. It's fantastic. That's why it's the best faculty. I hope I can say that. Do we have any social media posts anymore? HTTP. EBIT rocks. And I think even after today, it rocks even more. Thank you so much.
Thank you
any
so
more?
much for that.
As X-Tick boy, Ethan Govender. Thank you so much.
Ethan.
Ethan. Fairy size. Thank you so much. Hashtag EBIT Open Day. You must still send your hashtags post. We are keeping this until tomorrow, Sunday, at 5 o'clock, 1700 hours. This presentation is live on YouTube. You use the same link as you used to log on to today. Thank you for all the communication, the WhatsApps, the talk, the messages, your appreciation. We really hope to see you on campus or online, wherever you go, whatever you decide for your future. We wish you all of the best with your future endeavors, and may you prosper and be happy. And be kind to yourself.
Thank you.
See you there. Bye-bye.
Bye.